Yeah, so this morning I wanted to say before we start the meeting, that if you could turn off your cell phones for one, we've had that disruptions before. I'm gonna take an opportunity to thank everybody for coming. It shows that you care. We have a full agenda package today, and I think I need to remind everybody that we all need to be respectful of each other's opinions and thoughts. So this meeting is also going to be broadcast on YouTube. So I will begin the meeting at 9:30 a.m. And I'm calling the meeting to order, and we're going to have a moment of reflection. Thank you. I have one gentleman in the back, I think. Do we have any extra seats? Because I would like to get him a seat. Yeah, we have. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I am looking for a confirmation of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Vanessa. All those in favor? Carried. So I have so that is approved for February 4th, 2025. All right. This is the moment. If you have any declaration of pecuniary interest, to declare it right now, or in the meeting if it comes. Seeing none, we'll move forward. There is no report of any closed session, and we are on to consent agenda. Would anybody like anything pulled for consideration this morning? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that the consent agenda 6.1 to 6.20 be received for information, and that the regular council minutes of January 14th, 2025 be approved. Moved by Councillor Corby, second by Councillor Wilhelm, or Deputy Mayor Wilhelm. Gonna take me a while. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we are at the public meetings, hearings, and delegations piece. So this morning we are going to start with the municipal class environmental assessment update for 123 Station Road. And I'm having Alan Baker, Mike. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor or members of First South Council. My name is Caroline Baker from Baker Planning Group. I'm a registered professional planner based out of Stratford. We're pleased to be here this morning along with Mike Jones from Azimuth, whose firm authored the environmental assessment reports. Along with the consulting team in the audience, we have Matt Runge from MR Engineering, who prepared the engineering design, and the property owner and applicant, Mr. Scott Snoogerwood, and we're all available should there be any questions. Largely, I'm going to leave this presentation to Mr. Jones as the expert and author of the environmental assessment, phase 1 and phase 2 reports that are before you this morning. I did, however, once the presentation is up and running, just want to give a brief update on where we've been since we were last year for the statutory public meeting related to the land use planning applications. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So just a note for council and everybody in the audience today that none of the planning approvals that have been applied for, being the official plan amendment, the zone change, or the plan of subdivision is before you this morning with a recommendation or for consideration. The scope is limited to the findings of the phase 1 and phase 2 class environmental assessment. And we'll focus on the form of servicing that has been recommended for the property on Station Road. Next slide, please. In terms of an update and the documentation with the township, since the public meeting, the owner decided to proceed to reducing the density on the site and did remove 3 of the proposed apartment buildings located on the east side of the site off of Street A. They proposed to remove those 3 apartment buildings and move that component of the development to a bungalow townhouse block, thus reducing the density down on that block and overall reducing it to 265 dwelling units. We have been working not only with the township, the county, the township's engineer, BM Ross, but of course, Upper Thames Region Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Transportation, as well as Source Water Protection, as we move through their comments. Certainly just a note in terms of overall density, the development today before you for reference to the Class C A's is about 18 units per hectare. Just for comparison in terms of density, recently approved subdivisions in Perth County in both Listowel and Mitchell averaged approximately 25 units per hectare. So just a reference in terms of the overall scale and form to relay it to development going on in our community. Certainly I'll leave my planning remarks to that. Turn over to Mr. Jones to speak to his recommendations, but I'm certainly available after for any questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mike Jones and I'm the past president of Azimuth Environmental, still employed full-time with the firm, but and I'm the primary author of Class C documents in this case. If I could have the next slide, please. So because of the time that's passed, I wanted to focus on what the Class C is and what is it intended to do. In this case, the Class C relates to water and wastewater servicing and the form of that as it relates to continued development in the village. So there's typical Class C processes that have been developed in the province, and the idea is to create a planning framework that streamlines that approval process for typical municipal projects. In general, there's sort of 3 levels of complexity. There's a recent change actually, so in this slide, Schedule A and A+ no longer exist, and they're either projects that are exempt or may be screened from the Class C process. Schedule B projects are projects where there's some potential for environmental impact. And Schedule C have a potential for some higher impact. And in this case, a new wastewater plant and servicing facilities falls into Schedule C. If we could have the next slide, please. So the trigger for this is the proposed development on Station Road. And because of the integration between what's proposed under the Planning Act, as well as how the Class C works, there's obviously a direct relationship between those activities that are carried out under both of those frameworks. So there's a lot of carryover between them, and what happens on one side relates to the other. And usually there's some form of conditions in both of those approvals that rely on the approval of the other document. But at the same time, the approvals are, at the end of the day, are separate and distinct from each other. So the idea is to create an integration of those processes to streamline and hopefully reduce the requirements and also to reduce the confusion between the 2 processes. We could have the next slide. So the Class C process is a proponent-driven process. So the people that are coordinating it also get to direct what the aspect of the study is. And in this case, the Township of Perth South and the developer are co-proponents for the Class CA. The Township of Perth East and the county are participants. I wanted to also point out that the cost of the Class CA is being funded by the developer only. And also the Township have retained M. Ross, who act as peer reviewers and in essence review the overall documents from planning and technical perspective and provide direct input into what the documents say and the direction that they're heading. Can I have another slide, please? The other part of the process, which is important, is to bring input from other stakeholders, members of the community, review agencies, First Nations, into the process. And it's really aimed at identifying what the problem is, opportunities and alternatives to that, and then identifying a recommended solution. So it's basically a five-phase process, and we're at the end of phase 2. We're approaching the end of phase 2. There is the MCEA who wrote the Class CA process. I've listed a link to their website that describes what that overall process includes if you want to look at that background. I will say this link, which is current on their website, actually covers what is now an outdated version of it as well, and they haven't put the current version on their website. There's been some small changes to that, but you can follow through with their website about what those are. The next slide, please. So this, apologize, I realize this is probably difficult to read. Phase 1 is really about identification of what call it the problem statement is. What is the Class CA trying to solve? Phase 2 is looking at alternative solutions and on a broad-based concept level. So the Class CA process really is a top-down decisioning framework. You start out with very general principles and gradually drill deeper until you identify what the preferred solution is. At this stage, at the end of phase 2, what we've done is made some recommendations about what the preferred concept for servicing is. That doesn't include detailed engineering and evaluation of particular technologies and that kind of thing, which really comes out in phases 3 and 4. So at the present time, the recommendation for the development of that property is to focus on communal servicing for both water and wastewater, and to serve just that new subdivision, to not serve the existing community. And there's a variety of reasons that we've looked at as to where that occurs. The next stage, phase 3, really looks at alternative technologies, so different types of plants that could meet the requirement from both a water and wastewater perspective, and then identifies a preferred technology and the different treatment requirements. And you can sort of think of it as we're at sort of a 30% level of design at the present time. Phase 3 is 50 or 60%, and phase 4 is getting up to 90 and 100%, and leads into detailed approvals with the Ministry of the Environment for the plants themselves. If I could have the next slide, please. Excuse me. So this is a summary of what those phases are. As I mentioned, phase 1 and 2 is really to identify what the issue is. 2 is to look at alternatives to that solution. 3 is the conceptual level of design. We did have a first public information center, which was on February 20th of 2024. So recognizing there's been a fair bit of time elapsed since then. And part of the reason for that is, you know, when we're dealing with multiple proponents and multiple reviewers, and we've gone through several stages of review. At each one of those, the document gets focused and redirected, and then you go back and repeat that process. So it's not a quick process, but that's where we're at. The next steps, if we could have the next slide, please. So, I guess what I wanted to mention is there's a fair bit of background that particularly relate to the Station Road property. In 2010, for a previous landowner, our firm did undertake a Class CA for that landowner for a similar residential purpose. That Class CA got to the end of phase 3, and then for a number of reasons, the project was canceled. And subsequently has been then picked up by the current landowner and recommenced that planning process for the municipal approvals and also the Class CA process. The outcome of the previous process was something similar at this stage in terms of it recommended municipal facilities for both water and wastewater, also to serve just that community. So and as I'm sure you're aware, the other municipal servicing in Sebringville relates to the water supply system that serves the residents on Boyce Street. Can I have the next slide, please? So where are we at now? So the initial draft of the phase 1 and 2 report was issued to supplied to the township in March of 2023. And think of that as the first cut of an internal draft document. And that's gone through technical review, and we're at the stage where we believe there's a solid document and it's ready to then be released to the members of the public and other agencies and to take things to that next step. Part of that process and part of the reason why we're here today is to seek council approval to carry it forward and go through to that next step. The principles here are really simply that of communal servicing, and it differs from private servicing, which would limit the number of individual residents and the type of residents that could be constructed on that particular property. So it creates a different construction and residential framework. And the best way to serve that is through communal services. With the release of the phase 1 and 2 report, there also triggers the next stages of public consultation and agency consultation that go with that process. Could I have the next slide, please? We look at coming back to what the statement of the issue or the statement of the problem is, the need to have appropriate water and wastewater servicing to serve the proposed subdivision. We went through a number of different alternatives and at the end they recommended the communal servicing. Part of that assessment was also to look at, well, do you serve just the existing, do you serve the proposed subdivision, or do you also look at servicing part or all of the existing community as well? And for a variety of reasons, and in part, the existing systems are recognized as being functional and working properly. As well, for example, on the wastewater side, having a collection system would be somewhat difficult and expensive to do, and isn't going to provide a substantial environmental benefit to do that. And that's part of the reasons why we recommended that it not serve the existing community. The next slide, please. So in a very broad base, there's several alternatives that were looked at. The first was simply do nothing, and that's a standard requirement for all Class Cs, is to look at, well, what happens if you just maintain status quo and continued on with the way things are now. Alternative 2 is expanded use of private systems. 3 is a municipal or communal drinking water and drinking water plant and sewage treatment plant. And alternative 4 is limiting growth. So there's some overlap between those as well, obviously. On the next slide. The way that the alternatives are considered is based on a number of factors that we separate into both mandatory factors and comparative factors. So mandatory factors are things that the proposed alternative must satisfy. Comparative factors are, and so for mandatory factors, it's sort of a yes-no process. If the answer to any of those factors is no, then that essentially disqualifies that alternative. On a comparative basis, it comes down to looking at a number of factors and weighting them so that you can make a comparison between those successful alternatives and identifying which is the preferred one. Next slide, please. This is a list of the mandatory factors. So they're somewhat intuitive and obvious. First of all, it has to meet the Ontario Building Code, it has to meet requirements on the Ontario Water Resources Act. Ontario Water Resources Act covers things like water supply, well use, as well as effluent criteria and discharge options for plants. So that's a provincial policy statement. It has to meet official plan both for the county and the township level. The next stage in terms of what's identified as an approved technology has to be something that can be approved by the Ministry of the Environment. So with the approval of particularly wastewater plants, you have to go through a process where you submit the detailed design to the Ministry of the Environment. They review it from a technical criteria and look at, will the plant be able to actively function and meet its projected effluent criteria in the long term and be sustainable. That generates an environmental compliance approval, and all of that sort of comes out with a detailed design that comes out in phase 4 and phase 5. So the next one is it has to be capable of achieving appropriate effluent criteria. So one of the other documents that we've prepared, which is sort of on a parallel track with the phase 1 and 2 report, is what we call an assimilative capacity study. So the purpose of that is to look at existing water quality in the receiving body. So the main process really is, when you're dealing with plants, you're either looking at a ground-based solution, which is in essence leaching beds or some form of infiltration galleries, or a surface water body discharge. And in this case, our recommendation had been for a surface water body discharge, in part because the local soils have very moderate or low permeability. And so from a physical perspective, it's difficult to do that at that scale. The other things that we look at is the solution must be something that's regularly used in Southern Ontario. So it has, we don't want to be a guinea pig. We want something that is a proven process and technology and is a good track record operates well, that kind of thing. And then there's a series of in particular, what drives the boat, or there's NECP guideline documents that originally were written in 1984 and updated in 94, and there's been a couple of minor changes since. But they cover off the last factor, which is to protect groundwater, surface water, and natural heritage features. If I could have the next slide, please. Then in terms of comparative factors, we look at things like, in this case, the objective is to serve the new community. So it has to be something that's going to allow that to occur. Addresses the potential future needs. So in other words, if there were other development parcels in the municipality, is it possible that they could also use the same facility? So it has to have that potential for long-term growth and to be able to become a long-term sustainable solution. We look at what needs to be done in terms of minimizing use of the land for the utilities, and there are requirements for setbacks and separation distances between those facilities and sensitive land uses. So you want to do something that's going to minimize the area that effectively is sterilized by those utilities. Something that's public safety is important. Social and cultural environment, the aesthetic appearance of it. So, the example there is quite some time ago, and in some places still use open water lagoons for wastewater treatment. And, there's a lot of negative aesthetic conditions associated with that. So it's a process that really doesn't get used anymore, but those types of things. Other functions like noise, odor, traffic, it has to be something that is going to address the desires of the developer. So in other words, is it capable of satisfying the scale and scope of what the proposed development is? So in recognizing that that can change, in our document, we've looked at a series of ranges of what that possibility could be, and address that it can address each of those sort of different development scenarios. And the other thing is that there's a willing host for the facility, so that there's not an issue of something like expropriation and that kind of thing. So next slide, please. This is just a list of the ones that we thought were of primary importance. The photos and these slides, by the way, are of existing similar facilities and other communities. So that photo there is one that's in Witcher Stouffville. That one serves about 100 houses. Next slide, please. So it's sort of a Cole's Notes version of how we've got to where we are, but the recommendations of our report are that the preferred alternative for wastewater is that it's a local municipally owned and operated plant with a surface water discharge. That sanitary connection to the rest of the community is not recommended. And the preferred alternative for a drinking water system is that a new plant be established again to serve the existing community. One of the things that we had presented previously, last February, was that there was an opportunity to take that new system and in some way couple it with the system at Boyce Street. And one of the things that the township brought forward was the preference to not link them other than through an emergency connection. So in essence, the piping would be there. If something happened, the Boyce Street system, for example, has a single well. If there was a problem and something happened, either something simple like the pump dies, by basically opening the valves, you can maintain that functionality to the residents that are served by that system. But it would not be coupled on a regular basis. So it'd be constructed and set in place, but not operational. On the next slide. Part of our next steps, assuming that the phase 1-2 report is approved for distribution at this stage, the next steps is to move into that next stage of design. Phase 3, to look at what those alternative design concepts are. The similar capacity update. So we did a similar capacity study in 2011. We've updated the field work and done additional work in terms of water quality sampling and reviewed the process. The other thing that's happened is some of the guidelines and regulations for that process have changed since 2011. So it's been updated to the current regulatory framework. That has to go to Ministry of the Environment for approval. And the purpose of that is to define what the effluent criteria of the plant could be. Part of that is when we look at the design of a plant, we start with what you need to hit in terms of the effluent criteria and basically work backwards from that. So the nature of those criteria are going to dictate what the components of the plant are. There are some standard requirements, and I've listed them here. Pre-screening, which basically removes things that don't decompose. Flow equalization, which is just a mechanical way of controlling the highs and lows of flow. Secondary treatment, which removes the primary carbon or biological load. What you're left with after that is a sludge. So that you have to have a manner of dealing with that. Tertiary treatment is what we believe will need to be included, and tertiary treatment is primarily about the removal of phosphorus and nitrogen as nutrients to protect habitat. And lastly, because it's a surface water discharge, it's going to need disinfection. The normal process for that in a plant like this is UV disinfection, not chlorination. But that's all subject to what comes out of phase 3. Along with that, there's a requirement for another public information center, which we predict that would occur this summer. And at the same time, both the phase 1-2 report, as well as the phase 3 report would get circulated to agencies and members of the public, First Nations, and other interested stakeholders. The culmination of that is that it gets drafted into what they call the environmental study report, which is really a summary of all of those activities and the decision process up to that point. That is circulated there's a statutory 30-day review period. And if there's comments received during that, they must be incorporated into the document. And following that, the ESR is considered finalized. There's some other steps along the way, but that's the net result of it at the end of the day. Once the Class CA is completed, then you move into that detailed design and review stage with the Ministry of the Environment. The ECA effectively is a building permit for the plant. So once an ECA is issued, then you get to move forward in terms of construction. So there's still quite a few steps in the process going forward before either the Class CA is finished and also before you get any near construction. Next slide, please. So I wanted to emphasize a few things in terms of consultation. And the first is comments regarding the Class EA process don't just have to be related to the PICs or review periods for reports and that kind of thing. We're happy to receive those at any time. And we'll make sure that that gets incorporated or addressed somehow in whatever the next stage of the process is. There are some mandatory requirements for public consultation. The first one, as I mentioned, occurred in February 2024. There's a mandatory requirement for another one in phase 3. Then there's also a mandatory review period for the draft environmental study report too. In the past, what we've done is made notice of that by either direct mail outs and advertisements in local newspapers, and it's also on the Get Involved Yourself website. The next slide, please. Some of this is sort of a repeat of what I said, but really this is just to talk about those steps that are required after the Class CA is completed, going through the MECP detailed design, as well as MECP review, leading up to construction. Next slide, please. And I had just put in a couple of figures in case there's questions, and we can use those as a reference. If you have the next slide. So the 2 points of contact directly up till now have been Scott at the Township and also myself. So comments can be made and received that way. And anyway, that's the end of my presentation right now, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thank you for your presentation. I am confident our counselors do have questions, but I want to reiterate that today we are talking about the EA process, and that from this point forward, if this council agrees, we will move to a public consultation period. So it's not that it's finalized, but this is the point where we have had BM Ross give their input. They are also here today to ask questions, or we can ask them questions. But I'm just simplifying for the room that we are hoping to move this to the public consultation period. It's not finalized, and truthfully, I think the Ministry of Environment will have the final say regardless. So this is what we're here to discuss today. So council, you have the floor. Councillor Will. Or Deputy Mayor.
Question through this report, and I thank you for a very extensive report. There were no comments in there from BM Ross, who is peer reviewing on behalf of the municipality. And I would like to have seen some kind of comment in there that BM Ross concurs with this recommendation.
Would you like me to answer that or them?
I would like them to answer that.
I'm Kelly Baker, planner with Kim Ross. So we are satisfied with where they're at in the EA process. We have provided correspondence directly to our South staff a number of times through the process. So we are comfortable with where they're at right now with the EA.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, there was nothing in this report that concurred with that. So,
Well,
thank you.
from that perspective, because the township and the developer are co-proponents, in essence, I look at it really as sort of a joint document. So the comments that we received from BM Ross, we've incorporated directly and agree with their comments, and they've made good comments.
Thank you. And I just have a couple comments, if I may.
Yeah.
I was concerned about discharge of the sewage into open water course, hydrant and drain. So I did look at a couple of sewage plants that are local, one in Shakespeare and one in Granton, and both discharged into an open water course with municipal drain. And it does not appear that they have any issues with that. And the other one was, I was concerned about, water. And, when you look at it, you're proposing drilling wells. And is it any different than the city of Stratford? I believe they have 11 wells that they draw off of, so is there really any difference? And, I see no reason why this shouldn't move forward.
You want to comment at all?
Well, so the way that we look at water supply, and again, keeping in mind, this is sort of a general process and gradually drill down. So the first step is what we do is look at MECP well logs and for all wells basically within a couple of kilometer radius. And that gives us an indication of the aquifer system that is available in the area and what its potential yield are. And in particular, we look at the Waste Street well, because it's really the only well in the area that's constructed for the purpose of multiple dwelling use. So it's a good example. And so the Boyce Street well it's about 50 meters deep, and it has a sustainable yield of 195 liters per minute. And at the same time, they currently use around 11% of that capacity to serve that many homes on Boyce Street. For this proposed development, we're looking at a sustainable yield somewhere in the neighborhood of between 200 and 300 liters per minute. So it's sort of equal to what the Boyce Street well is, or plus 50%. So what we've suggested is a network of 2 or 3 wells of comparable construction and comparable yield would satisfy that demand. The other thing that we've done is looked at what the predicted zone of influence of those wells would be. And also there's a similar analysis that's already been completed and is part of the source water protection plan for the Boyce Street well. And the zone of influence is around 100 meters. So from a perspective of a suitable supply, I'm quite confident in recommending that it's a suitable supply.
Can I just clarify, maybe through the location of the well now, because it is different from past reports to the current report?
Certainly, through you to Mayor Orr, from the previous public meeting last year to today, in working with Upper Thames and the Source Water Protection Agency, as well as township staff, the proposed locations for the wells have been moved centrally to the site. So further south, away from Huron Road, I apologize, it's not up on the screen, but essentially further distance from existing either private wells on individual properties. And that has been reviewed by the Source Water Protection Agency leading into the meeting this morning.
Do you want to just show that?
Certainly, if
There,
thank you.
just so everybody's aware.
Of course, and thank you. Maybe just to add to that, because the applicant and owner owns the entire land holding subject to the development, there are certainly options. I believe the engineers are confident is appropriately sized. But again, because we have the draft plan of subdivision and the owners own the entire property, if it does need to be slightly larger, they have substantial land area in order to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Corby, did you have a question?
Yeah, I agree with Bob on the BM Ross thing, but would have been nice to see comments from BM Ross, Upper Thames, Perth County Planning. The Upper Thames are in agreement with everything that's going on. Like it wasn't clear in.
There's no problem in including that document within, we would typically append those as a separate communication appendix. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, and,
Oh, sorry, just if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind, through the mayor, just to add to that, certainly we've had a lot of dialogue with Upper Thames Conservation Authority. Yesterday, we did receive formal correspondence that I believe has been sent to the township, that they have no further comments on the planning applications and have issued draft plan conditions. As it relates to the class EA and the phase 1, phase 2, They are working on comments. However, you're likely aware, under the current, provincial government, that the scope and authority of conservation authorities, did change. And their process in which they comment on an EA has changed, and we've had those discussions with Upper Thames. They will, of course, be involved in the next stage, phase 3, and detailed design, but their ability and scope of comment has been reduced to the permitting, generally to the permitting process. So when you make an application for the design of the actual facility within a regulated area, they'll be looking for details on grading, construction type. So we've had those conversations with Upper Thames.
And to further that, with the fire protection and reservoir, that'll be all fresh water from the wells, will it? Or that's not treated water above it, but
No, so so the details of that would come out in phase 3.
it's early.
Where I expect that will be is that there will be dedicated fire reservoirs that serve a fire protection system, hydrants, and that the main supply that's required in the long term when there isn't a fire is to just make sure those tanks are kept full. And so, evaporation, and if there's any pipe leakage, that kind of thing would be topped up regularly through the same drinking water system.
It has to be maintained at a certain level all the time.
Correct.
So that the 2 or 3 wells that you we don't know this yet, but the 2 or 3 wells, will they be further apart in a small area of protection, I guess? Is that the plan?
So the general rule of thumb is that you want your wells to be apart so that they don't have a cumulative impact where one well is in essence robbing the capacity of the adjacent one. There's not a problem in putting, say, 2 wells on the same block that's currently there. In a lot of cases, those wells would operate in sort of an alternating supply standpoint, so you would likely only have one on at a time, except for periods of very high use. At the same time, the system will have storage built into it so that you're taking water from the wells at a lower rate on a more continuous basis, and that the high levels of demand are met through demand pumping out of the storage system. If a 3rd well is required, normally I would look to put that at least half of the distance of the zone of influence away. So I would typically have a minimum separation of 50 meters and probably more like 100.
So just my last question is, it's too early, but we don't know how deep we'll drill, like possibly deeper than Boy Street for a better aquifer.
So the supply and aquifer system really relates to the nature of the bedrock. And the bedrock in this area is limestone. The main supply zones within limestone units are the bedding plane fractures, so fracture zones where you have the contact between one bedrock unit and another bedrock unit. Those bedding plane fractures typically exist and extend for several kilometers to tens of kilometers. So by preference, we would target a deeper unit than the Boy Street one does in order to avoid potential interference between the two.
Okay, thank you.
This would be then discussed at the open house.
Of course.
Councilor Bell?
Yeah, question for Carolyn. Block 93 through 96, are those townhouses?
Through the mayor, I apologize with my glasses on, but yes, those would be street townhouses, so they would be freehold lots.
And then the new block 100, what, I know you're not that far along, when do the rendering drawings get? So like we can actually see what those would look like.
Through the mayor, certainly, I believe at the public meeting, we had some sample images of the 3-story apartment buildings, just to give reference to what those could look like. But certainly at any upcoming planning meetings, I'd be happy to include some elevations for both the street townhouses and the one-story bungalow townhouses, where you see the arrows currently pointing.
Yeah, that's
Those
what
are the
I'm-
proposed one-story bungalow townhouses.
Okay.
They're, I know it's more of a planning item. They've been quite well received in our community over the last number of years because they allow more aging in place. They're condominium roads. They don't have the upkeep of yards and they're single story for access. So we've seen them across the county in recent years.
And this is a broader question, but the outline of the community in Cedarville is a lot to the north, for development. And then this one kind of goes in and it goes on an angle towards highway. Can you, like, why is that? It's a weird, because everything else is very cut and rectangular and square, and there's like this weird kind of loopy angle towards highway.
Through the mayor, certainly you are correct. The existing County of Perth official plan in terms of land that's located within the settlement area includes the site that's before you for both the EA and the planning applications. There is an interesting diagonal line that goes out to Huron Road or the highway. Certainly that official plan predates my involvement, as we know from going through the County of Perth official plan, was completed many years ago. I could only surmise that at the time it was a potential secondary access to Huron Road, which of course we've heard from the ministry and it'll come back to the planning applications and we're happy to continue to work with them, but they're typically not a preference of direct access to the highway. I would note that through the recently approved County of Perth official plan, I believe that was October 2024, that line was straightened out. So if you look at the mapping through the new official plan that's before the province for final approval, it has been straightened out to a rectangle. And that sort of diagonal line that you're talking about would be replaced with a more square, logical shape.
The 182 alternative servicing locations, there's a bunch of red dots. What are those? So there's 5, I believe. And they're on 182 and 183. I just don't know what alternative servicing locations would be.
Do you mind just pulling that up? I want to make sure that I might have
Yeah, it looks
Mr.
like
Jones
it's-
asked for that one. So-
Yeah, no, fair. And then there looks like one looks like in the watershed of the bush that's to the south of this proposed.
I believe that's where they tested.
Yeah.
I need glasses here.
No, sorry, I just wanna make sure.
Basketball.
Thank you.
It looks like they're near water courses, so I just wanna.
Oh, all of those are locations where we monitor surface water quality for the purpose of the assimilative capacity study.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. I'm sorry.
Mr. Vanessa, any other questions?
Just a couple, just want to carry on with Councilor Purview's comment. Most of the wells in the area are either old dug wells, old drilled wells, or newer drilled wells. Dug wells tend not to be more than 50 feet deep. Most of the drilled smaller wells are between 100 and 150 feet, with some larger agricultural wells can go up to 300 feet. How does that compare to what you're considering?
Well, the proposed wells would be on the deeper side, so I'm the main units that produce higher volumes of water are between about 120 and 300 feet deep. If you go deeper than 300, you start to run the risk of encountering water that has a component of shale water in it, which is poor quality water and therefore harder to treat. So the main drilling targets would be between the 120 and 300.
And I was involved when we drilled the last well in Stratford. It was drilled on Warren Ave, close to Dunn's Bridge. That was drilled between 800 and 1,000 feet. And there's one well within 100 feet, there's two more wells within 300 feet of it, residential wells, and they have had no impact at all because of the depth. And I'm just wondering if that was a consideration.
Well, it always is. So with a well program, part of the program is to drill a test well, and normally that would be done in sort of phase 4, and once you're well down both the planning approvals path as well as the Class CA path. But it means drilling a well on site that is used for testing, and then it's a series of pump tests that are done while monitoring water levels in other wells in the area. And based on the outcome of that, you can reliably predict what the long-term potential impacts would be. There is a requirement to have to do all of that testing, and requirement to define what they call a zone of influence. And the zone of influence is basically the distance away from the well where it causes, less than half a meter of change in the water table or the potentiometric surface in that aquifer supply. That's all part of the approval process in order to get MEC approval to use that well as a communal source. So it's a very rigorous program, and you have to demonstrate that you're not going to be trying out wells.
Well, thank you for that answer. My second question, you mentioned one of the slides with the sewage treatment plant, you will be separating sewage into sludge. I'm assuming that will be removed a couple times a year from the sewage treatment plant and spread on agricultural land.
And so there's a variety of processes for handling sludge, and you're right. The traditional way of doing that has been to land apply it to approved agricultural fields. That process also requires an ECA from the Ministry of the Environment. The ministry is moving away from that approval, and they're trying to get people to use alternative methods of handling it. There's a few companies, one notably close to here, where they take that sludge and turn it into fertilizer. In the USA, about 70% of sewage sludge is turned into fertilizer, and then it's reused for agricultural purposes. In Ontario, still the majority of it is land applied.
We have a fair bit in this area from the city of Stratford.
Yes.
So that will be addressed in the EA process in 4, 3, 4, 5?
It would certainly be addressed in detail in phase 3.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor?
I'm satisfied that you've identified solutions that meet the codes, the policies and plans as they stand. So, and I look forward to it moving to the public consultation phase.
Any other requests from council? I think, go ahead.
Just, and I speak to the other councilors talk about is the sifting through this package was emails back from 2012. It was I would say confusing to say the least. Can you just speak to I know it's going back 13 years now, but what happened with the Ministry of Environment? Why were they so opposed to this in 2012? Just because it says, I just read it like we have significant issue with it. So what was the issue and what's changed?
Well, there was a bunch of technical correspondence back and forth, but I wouldn't say that they were opposed to the concept of a communal wastewater plant. It dealt with identifying particular effluent criteria and sort of the whole technical design of what the plant would become. But I don't recall that they were
Maybe maybe it's just out of context when I read this email from 2012. Just says that the Ministry of Environment has significant issue with this proposed development. So I don't know, maybe I'm just cherry picking what he said, but that's what Bob Allenholm said. So regardless, my other question was regards to the pond. Upper Thames is okay with it being 15% or 15-meter setback. That to me looks really, really close, but I'm just looking at it from computer.
Through the mayor, from the discussions and the correspondence that was received formally to the township yesterday, the Upper Thames has indicated no concerns with the proposed location of the stormwater management and its setback.
Seeing no further questions, I would request that the Thames letter, makes its way to our website. Potentially if there were letters from BM Ross, maybe those two, because although BM Ross's comments are in this, I think we as a council would like to be very clear on this is BM Ross's professional opinion on our behalf. So what I'm looking for then this morning is a recommendation. I have one in front of me. You can change the wording if you wish, but really what we're looking for is to move this forward for public consultation. Not finalized, it's for public consultation. So the recommendation is that the council concur with the recommendations from Asneth Environmental Consulting Incorporated that the preferred alternative for wastewater be a local municipal plant with surface water discharge serving only the new subdivision. Municipal sanitary connection is not recommended for existing properties in Sebringville. And further that the preferred alternatives for drinking water be a new plant with new wells to operate independently, providing only an emergency link with the Boyd Street system. Do I have a mover? Mayor, Deputy Mayor Wilton. Seconder? Councillor Vaness? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
If I could make a note, there have been some pictures from the press here this morning. I think you took a picture of the crowd. If anybody is opposed to having a picture in the newspaper, you could state it to him now. And you should probably ask permission to take photos in the chambers. Thank you.
I'm a reporter from the beach and I'm doing my job.
Yeah, but they need, you have to get their permission. Some of these people may not want their picture in the paper.
I've literally never been asked this before.
Thank you.
You can't just be rude like that.
All right, so now we are moving to 7.2, the council vacancy nominees. Clerk, would you like to take that? Thank you, Mayor Orr. So our next nominee have a council vacancy that is required to be filled. And as for our policy, we have 5 candidates who put their names forward. We will have each candidate be given the opportunity to speak to council and address their intention and have why they feel that they are a good candidate for the council vacancy. And to start that process. We will, I've put each individual's name into Mayor Aitchison's hat, and we will full name, and that person will have the first opportunity to speak. So. Williams Dittmer, of course. Well, you're welcome to come sit up here. I should also point out that this would be an opportunity where every counselor has an opportunity for 2 questions. Try not to repeat the questions. The floor is yours, Mr. Dittmer.
Okay, I'm just looking forward to giving back to the community and giving Sebringville a voice within Perth South. I work from home, so I can dedicate as much time to this. Yeah, that's about it. Looking to get more into what's happening in the community.
Any questions from Mr. Dittmer? Mayor, Deputy Mayor Wilhelm.
Yes, perhaps you could fill us in on your background and work experience.
Yep, so my background is in electronics. For years, I installed radar sites around the world. And then since then, I designed electronics for military, aerospace, and commercial applications.
Any other questions?
Some of that includes a Canada.
I would like to ask, just because I'm gonna ask all the candidates this, but do you have any, financial gain in the subdivision in Seaton?
Absolutely none. I
That's
have no
pecuniary interest, you have to declare that, but I'm gonna ask that of all the
Yep.
councilors to declare. So any other questions for Mr. Bittner? Oh, Mr. Martin?
As a counselor, we have to speak for the entire township. Have you been watching council and can you identify anything else that's going on currently in Perth South aside from the Seaton vote?
Sure, outside of Stephenville, or like the granary application that we're about to hear after this, or the garage application we're about to hear?
Yeah, that's great. It's important that no matter where we reside, we speak with unbiased the entire township. So we just want to make sure of all of our new councillors' possibilities, that they understand that.
Good points. All right, any other questions? Oh, Councilor Vanessa?
I had talked or left a message with all the candidates and I will ask the same question of all our candidates. What could you or Perth South Council do to improve and sustain agriculture in Perth South?
So that is a tough question. I think the best answer would be just to listen to farmers. A lot of the decisions made that affect them aren't local. So if we were to listen to them and pass along their concerns to the Matthew Rays, the John Naders, the people that can actually make change for farmers, locally, we can help get building applications passed through, help them get what they need. But I think the larger things that affect farmers come from higher up, so just pass along their voice.
Thank you. No further questions? We will move on to our next candidate. Jeff Bell.
So. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself to everyone. My name is Jeff Bell. I'm a resident of Perth South. And I'm here before you this morning in hopes of supporting all of Perth South equally. I live here in Perth South with my wife and my children. My children attend Downey Central, as did I and my brother. For the past 18 years, I've been working in Stratford in the aerospace industry, where I have an operational role with responsibilities including oversight of purchasing, shipping, receiving, export and import compliance, and facility management. I farm here in Perth South on our family farm, which has been in our family since 1867. I'm the current president of the Optimist Code Downey, where I've been a member for 15 years. I'm a former director with the Milverton Rod and Gun Club. My interest in politics began in my youth. I was the president of Progressive Conservative Youth for the former riding of Curriculum in Waterloo while in high school. I've been involved in several election and leadership campaigns, both at the provincial and federal level. My hope for Perth South is to see growth that aligns with our strategic plan. I want to make sure our farmers have a voice in protecting their farmland. I'd like to thank you all for your time this morning, and I'm certainly available for any questions the mayor and council may have.
Before I open the floor, I just want to clarify that you aren't related.
We are not related. May I say that
Yeah.
Mark and I also attended Downey Central at the same time? And we kind of grew up within eyesight of one another. There might have been one 200 years ago, but
I have a cousin Jeff Bell, and that's not him.
Who also attended down in Central, Mark and my brother.
All right, questions for Mr. Bell?
I had made note of that same question. But I guess could you also speak to some of the things that are going on broadly in person?
Absolutely. So again, through the chair, through the mayor, yes, I can, and Councillor Vaness had, provided the same opportunity for me to respond. So one of the things that's coming up on our agenda later is the common sense severance of land for Jeff and Carolyn Clump. We're looking at separating a great asset to our community to keep it operating, as well as keeping the rest of the farmland in viable farm operation. So those type of decisions are the things that I think align with the strategic plan and make sense.
Excellent. Councillor Courtney?
Well, this is just maybe a comment more than a question, but I learned when I joined council 10 years ago that in council, and I've been lucky to be with 3 really good councils that discuss, vote, and then after the vote, it's done with. I mean, you don't want to hold grudges or anything. I think it's important to know that I'm only 1 vote out of 7, and but we have good discussions and we get to vote and then we move on, it's over with. So I just hope all our candidates realize that that's what it's about.
Through the mayor, may I respond?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor Corby. I absolutely understand. I deal with it with Optimist Club, with other boards that I've been on. I understand it. Once the agenda item's cleared, we move on.
Any other questions? I should ask a question. Do you have any pecuniary interest, financial gain in the Seaverville subdivision?
I do not.
Thank you. Seeing, you
No,
don't?
no, really, yeah.
Seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next one. Jason Francis. Welcome.
Good morning. My name's Jason Francis. I live in Sebringville, right on the main drag. Been there for about 17 years. I grew up in Sebringville. My parents still live on Maple Lane. So I've been around most of my life around here. I currently live now, I'm building a new house beside there, but with my 4 boys. All went to Central Perth as I did, as my sister did. I run a construction business in Stratford, Kitchener-Waterloo. We're into framing, buildings, all sorts of things. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Francis?
Yeah, the same question I asked all of the candidates. What do you believe you or First South could do to help agriculture in First South? Because agriculture is the largest industry in First South.
Huge tax base, yes. I would like to look more into with the climate change happening, how does that impact our farmland? I don't think there's anybody that can better answer those questions than our local farmers. So input from those, I think, needs to be taken very seriously.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Martin?
In your submission, you noted about you'd like to take care of some bylaws that are outdated. Can you speak a little more to that?
Sometimes you read through different bylaws and there's things in there that just seem to be outdated. Sometimes some of them seem to be doubled up. And I think just maybe, I don't know if it's a committee point of view that could maybe streamline, have public input and see if some can be that are redundant, remove them, clarify. Yeah.
Any other questions? You can ask my question. Do you have any pecuniary interest or financial gain in the Seaverville subdivision?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Jason Brady?
Morning,
Good morning.
Mayor Orr, councilors, Deputy Mayor Wilhelm. My name is Jason Brady. I'm not related to the other Jason. So I've lived in Perth South for a little over 8 years now. I live in Sebringville. I came from Sebringville from Stratford, so I have been in the area for 16 years. I grew up in a rural municipality, much like Perth South. My wife also grew up on a family farm in Bruce County. So we do have strong rural roots. I've worked for the past 25 years in food and beverage industries. So I've worked in industries that are very, well, not directly connected to agriculture, but very agricultural adjacent. I currently work in the dairy industry, which gives me a unique perspectives on the opportunities available to Perth South due to our close connection with the dairy industry. 51% of Ontario's milk is produced in Perth County and Huron County, and a good deal more of it in Oxford County. So being right in the middle of all that, Perth South is uniquely positioned to take advantage of that. Okay, any questions?
Any questions, for Mr. Brady?
I was thinking one, that's all the councilors, was there anything you or First South Council could hopefully do in the future to improve, agriculture and crops sustainability?
Yeah, like I mentioned with the dairy industry, Perth South is uniquely positioned to take advantage of all the milk that's produced in this area. Currently, there is literally every day hundreds of thousands of liters of milk that is shipped eastwards that could be processed here in Perth South. So one thing I would like to do with council is to investigate opportunities to bring some of that processing here to Perth South. Secondly, I would like to make it easier for farmers to add value-added activities to their farms. I know the Ontario Federation of Agriculture has said that oftentimes value-added structures, buildings, activities are taxed at industrial rates and not at agricultural rates. I'm wondering if that's something we can do, is to change the tax rate to an agricultural rate in order to stimulate some of that growth on farms and help farmers to add value to their operations. Also, it would be nice to increase food distribution facilities in the area. So seeing what we can do to, you know, increase our grain storage, our grain processing capacity in the township. Anything else?
Thank you.
Any further questions? My last, the question of the day is, do you have any preliminary?
I don't, no.
Financial
No, I
plans?
don't.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Heather, you are up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to talk about why I want to apply for this vacancy. I grew up in Oxford County on a pig farm out there, and I worked picking stones in the sow barn. Then I decided to go to university in Guelph for art, and ended up at the Stratford Festival in the crop department there. And so I decided to be part of a collective bargaining group there, and was able to, for over 10 years, help get better pay rates and deals for my fellow coworkers. So with that, I really found having patience to listen to people's concerns was really important. Knowing exactly what to take forward to management was also a good opportunity to collectively bargain, and we were able to not become a union shop because we had such a good agreement with management there. So I am a mom of two daughters who are in post-secondary school, and when my kids were little, we decided to we lived in St. Mary's at the time, decided to cross border into South Perth Public School because it really reminded me of the school that I went to when I was growing up. And so we decided then to move to the country, and so we wanted to definitely stay in the same school zone. So we were able to find a little property where we have decided to grow a lot of different alternative perennial plantings like hazelnuts and pawpaws to try to see what we can do with that. So it's been a lot of fun experimental work there. I am currently not with the festival anymore, but I work part-time at Zenfire Pottery in St. Mary's, and I am a ceramic artist, and I create sculptural and functional ceramic. And I would really like to bring something different voice to the council. I believe I have really good listening skills and enjoy researching. And I'm going to answer your questions.
Questions for Heather? Councilor Martin? I guess only fair, as our only candidate from Blanchard, can you speak to what's something that's going on over in the Downey ward?
Oh, well, that's a good question. Well, I know it's a more overreaching area, but the thing that was I found last year that really affected me the most was the library, because I really feel like people need access to information. And I was really pleasantly pleased when I called up the mayor at the time, and he had a lot of time for me and addressed my concerns, and I thought that was really amazing. And I was patient to let the due process take course, and very happy that we now have the library services back. Councilor Bell?
What would you be most passionate about on the council? What would be your most interest and most passionate?
I think it would be really interesting to try to merge different modalities, like saying when we're talking about the strategic plan, how can we help farmers with, say, erosion, and then how can we have a sustainable road program. And so by creating treed corridors would address both of those issues. I think trying to merge different ideas to create a new solution is something that I'm passionate about.
Yeah, same question I asked everybody else. What do you hope you could do to help improve, or to help for South Council to help improve or sustain agriculture in this township?
Well, yeah, I was sort of follow up on what Mason was talking about. The thing that I think is really interesting and exciting is places like Stonetown cheese. So trying to encourage farmers to be able to make more money, keep their money by creating some manufacturing opportunities, keeping that money locally and providing different job opportunities on those agricultural properties too.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, my last question is, do you have any pecuniary interest or financial gain in the Sebring Association? No, I do not. Thank you. All right, if everybody still would like to leave their name in the hat. I want to change. Yeah, so we're going to have a ballot system where everybody will, do their X in the box, and then we will openly announce who voted for who. And I just want to say, for all of the candidates, October 2026 is not that far away. We'll have another election. We have some fine candidates, and I really do appreciate that 5 people put their name forward. It shows that you care. So again, to everyone here, thank you for putting your name forward.
The benefit of the people in attendance, council will, each vote and sign their ballot. I will collect and randomly pull the ballots from this box, announce how each member of council voted. In the first round of votes, if one candidate receives 50%, more than 50%, sorry, so that would mean 4 votes. That candidate will be, the new member of council. However, if we do not achieve that result, we will remove, people from the process who didn't either get a vote or had the fewest votes, and we will go again. So this may take a few rounds, so please be patient. The first vote is for Jason Francis, voted by Councilor Bell. The second vote is for Jason Francis by Mayor Sue Orr. Next, next is Heather Ruthig by Councilor Martins. Next is Heather Ruthig by Deputy Mayor Robert Winkle. Councilor Graham Cody, voted for Jeff Bell. The last vote is for Jeff Bell from Councilor Jim Venice. So we currently have a 3-way tie between Heather Ruthig, Jason Francis, and Jeff Bell. So I will distribute another set of ballots. William Dittmer and Jason Brady will
will be excluded from the vote as they did not receive any votes. So please don't mark their names on the next round of.
So to clarify, we still have to come to 4 people agreement. Or we go to, if everybody's tied again, it goes into a hat?
Yes.
Apparently it went to a hat in Goderich, not in
Deputy Mayor Wilhelm has voted for Heather Ruthven. Martin has voted for Heather Ruthven. Councilor Corvin has voted for Jeff Bell. Councilor Bell has voted for Jason Francis. Has voted for Jeff Bell. Mayor Orr has voted for Jeff Bell. So we still need to do another vote. Jason Francis, with only 1 vote, has now been eliminated from this round of voting. And we are down to 2 candidates, Jeff Bell and Heather Ruthven.
It's so hard to go.
You're all fantastic.
Yeah.
Be happy to sit beside any of you.
Pardon?
You can't sign your name. Thank you.
Sue Orr, Jeff Bell. Councilor Sam Corby, Jeff Bell. Deputy Mayor Robert Wilhelm, Heather Ruthie. Councilor Jamie Martin, Heather Ruthie. Councilor Jim Van Ness, Jeff Bell. Councilor Mark Bell, Jeff Bell. The vote is 4-2. Therefore, Jeff Bell is the winner. I'm not sure you want to.
So like I said before, I do appreciate that 5 people put their name forward, and I do appreciate that October 26th is coming up. We are passionate about our community. We have long steps to go, especially when it comes to Stephenville. Our next meeting will be when Mr. Bell is brought forward and sworn in. So thank you for everybody for putting their name forward. So we will move on to item 7.3 for quarter revision. Feel free to stay or exit, however you feel free. Could we have a 5-minute break for the washroom? That would be great. Pittsburgh. Deputy Mayor Robert Wilhelm, and Councillor Jamie Martin. Move 5, Councillor Corview, second by Councillor Vanessa, all those in favor, carried. So it is now, the chair would be Mark.
I'll just read you the second recommendation, please.
The recommendation that the council recess at 11:15 in order to convene a court of revision relating to the McEwen Drain, Branch E, and the Thompson Drain. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Martin, all those in favor, carried. Councillor Bell, the floor is his, right?
No, not yet, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Orr. So we will swear in the members of the Court of Revision. You have your oaths in front of you, so when I call your name, if you could read yours. Councillor Bell?
I, Mark Bell, do solemnly swear that I will, to the best of my judgment and ability, without fear, favor, or partiality, honestly decide the appeals to the Court of Revision from the assessments appearing in provincial bylaws entitled the McEwen Drain, Branch E, and Thompson Drain that may be brought before me for a trial as a member of such court.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wilhelm?
I, Robert Wilhelm, do solemnly swear that I will, to the best of my judgment and ability, without fear, favor, or partiality, honestly decide the appeals to the Court of Revision from the assessments appearing but in the provisional bylaws entitled the McEwen Drain, Branch E, and the Thompson Drain that may be brought before me for trial as a member of such court.
Councillor Martin?
I, Jamie Martin, do solemnly swear that I will, to the best of my judgment and ability, without fear, favor, or partiality, honestly decide the appeals to the Court of Revision from the assessment appearing in the provisional bylaw entitled the McEwen Drain, Branch E, and the Thompson Drain that may be brought before me for trial as such a member of such court.
Thank you. Let's go over here. Oh, no, I'll just sit right here.
Okay, you're gonna guide me through this?
Yes. Okay, so this is your script, so you just go introduce the drains.
This is, I'm the chair to call the Court of Revision to order. Note that this meeting refers to the municipal drain, the McEwen Drain, Branch E, and Thompson Drain. The engineer reports dated December 13th, 2024, and the engineer is Spree Associates.
No, you can just ask Brandon.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Well, we have 2 drains here today. We have McEwen Drain Branch E, which is a drain enclosure that was proposed or started by C&M Farm Corp through the Van Stratton family. That drain is an enclosure, so there's only 2 mainly people being assessed, being the township for the road crossing. And then C&M Farm Corp on each side of the road as it is an enclosure. That project's approximately $127,000. Upstream of that drain is a separate drain called the Thompson Drain. This drain is done as a regular project. There's again, a number of farms owned by the Van Stratton family involved, and another farm across the road owned by Cost Camps, also assessed, and included is line 29. So it's broken out accordingly. There is a branch and a main. There's 1 road crossing on the branch. Total project $162,000. Both owners have been in full attendance to everything up to this day. Mr. Van Stratton has informed me he will not be in attendance today unless he's here now. But he had prior commitments.
I can inquire any written comments, objections that have been received.
And we have not received any. No. There were no appeals, so then I guess we can move down to.
Court of Revision members to consider a resolution to either confirm the rates presented by the engineer or amend the assessments. So I can comment on this now?
If you'd like, yes.
So you mentioned it was 127. I see 117 for the main drain.
What projects?
It says main drain.
So main
Branch E.
So the McEwen Drain Branch E, the total is 127.
Sorry, Thompson, right at the top.
So Thompson is broken into 2 components. It was 162 and 117 is the main, which is the drain that starts at Van Stratton's Laneway and runs across all three of their farms.
Okay,
And then the branch is coming from the middle of the Van Stratton farm up and across line 29 into Cos Camps. That's an existing drain, which we are replacing. It has an approximate cost of 45,000. Much of that is the road crossing. Gets the total for the whole Thompson drain to be 162.
okay.
There's a bore proposed under line 29.
So the township's total assessment is 6,200, is that what I'm saying? Or is that just online?
It'll be more than that. On the Thompson drain, the assessment to the township is in the neighborhood of $33,000. On the McEwen, the assessment is
53.
26,000.
Why am I not seeing those numbers? I don't on the McEwen branch E.
There's a special assessment for the road crossing.
So you add the special assessment and then the townships, is that how you get to the 26?
Yes, so it'd be on
Yeah, page 9.
page 9, so the assessment for benefit and outlet to the township of Perth South, in this case, is 5382. There's approximately 0.95 hectares of road involved, and then the special assessment is 21,000 for installing the pipes underneath the road. So the special assessment is always assessed as actual cost, so when it's tendered, township pays actual. Takes that out of the landowner's component. And then the remaining is spread on the upstream part of the schedule, so the benefit and outlet. So once the tenders are received and the project is completed, we assess the township actual. So that 21,000 is made up of, I believe, 3 or 4 construction components, in this case for crossing the road. And that's where it's coming from.
Okay, so you're open cutting this road and boring the other one?
Yes, so
Boring
line
29.
29 is paved.
And then you're open cutting.
Yes, this road here, 134 is a gravel road. As well, with 134, you'll see in it, there's an additional crossing being installed for the benefits of Van Stratton's or Seaman Farm Corps. They are paying that. It's not part of the drain, it's just in here. The landowner requested it through discussions with the township. It was best that it all just be included, so it's shown on a plan. That's for pumping out manure. Van Stratton's will be on the hook for that entire cost as well.
And you can clear that, isn't that crossing is not included in the quarterly revision.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. They have a report that it's not subject to the quarterly revision.
So I just want to make sure that I understand what we're paying.
Oh, so on the McEwen, you are paying approximately 5,400 for benefit and outlet, which includes some of the catch basins, that component's at the road, and then you are paying the special of 21,000 for the road crossings. In this case, there's a 750 surface pipe being installed and a 750 subsurface pipe being installed. 30-inch pipes, plastic. So essentially, that's what you are paying of the whole report. The rest of the report is assessed to C&M Farms. Non-grantable, so there's no grants involved in this project as it's an enclosure. So there's another special assessment provided in the report to Quadro Communications for the fiber optic cable located on the, I would call it the west side of 134.
So there's a special assessment for the increase to 324 millimeter pipe.
Can you speak to that?
So that would be on the Thompson.
Yeah.
So on the Thompson, the special is for boring the road. This drain is done as a regular project with. It's a fully drainable project. That special is for boring the road. Because it's paved. And grouting the existing pipe, and the cost of that is 22,800. That being said, the township pays actual cost on that, on what it comes in at.
Questions over there?
Now,
Mark's got you
Sorry.
covered.
but the special assessments, yes, they're on the schedule. They're also broke down on page 5. So for instance, the 324 smooth wall steel pipe, the cost of that work is 20,400. You receive a credit, which we call less drain equivalent fixed cost. So that would be the cost of installing that drain in the field situation, concrete tile, installed with a wheel. That's assessed to the landowners, so the less equivalent. Then there's the administration, which is the engineering per se on that component. And then there's the interest in that HST. Well, as that can explain, the municipality pays, I believe, 1.76% after they recover their HST, as well as sometimes there is interest charges on these projects due to the span of the project. All those are adjusted when we do the final assessment. But that's where the 22,820 is coming from. So the work component is 20,400. That's what it costs. That's what I have estimated that it will cost the contractor to construct that jack and bore and grouting the existing pipe. If the tender price comes in lower, it's adjusted accordingly. If it comes in over, it's adjusted accordingly. We try to use the most accurate pricing we can. I know in the past, we've seen this go down on some projects and up in others. This road isn't near as large as some of the other ones we bored, so hopefully it comes in reasonable.
And you don't have any rocks.
Yes, that's the problem with Perth South. There's rocks. And you guys pay a premium for that, not only for boring, but for drain construction. You guys are known to be rocky. I think maybe you saw that on.
I did.
And then, Porter, did you have no more questions, and we can read this?
Good. The quarter revision from Coon Branch E drain and the Thompson drain does hereby accept the recommendations of Brendan Widner of Spree Associates, and further does hereby confirm the drainage assessments as outlined in the assessment schedule dated December 13th, 2020. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm and Councilor, seconded by Councilor. All those in favor?
Perfect.
Carried.
Then we can adjourn.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so we're going on to 7.4, the consideration of the drain report is the Sagrilia drain. Brandon, you have the floor.
Okay, this morning we have the Sagrilia drain. I know there's many ways to pronounce it. Sure, everyone has a different name for it. So this drain just outside of St. Mary's. It's on a road called Perth Road 120A. Not to be confused with James Street, which is located directly north of this. So It's an open ditch, essentially, and it's an existing municipal drain upstream with a tile system. This one is, one of your few drains that also takes in some water from Zora. So we were appointed on this drain, due to a request. I'm sure all of you know, there's some properties being developed on Perth Road 128. And there's been lots of discussion on floodplain elevation, culvert capacity, and the drain needs maintenance as well. So this drain was last done by somebody you probably all know, Mr. Dietrich, another well-known engineer in this area in 1987. At that time, he did a full ditch clean out and a bunch of the tile upstream. We originally had an on-site meeting on this project, October 10th of 2023. At the time, a number of the properties in this location are being developed. There were some concerns with the culvert under 120A, its capacity and or condition, as well as we were at that time told that culvert was elevating the floodplain in the localized area. Perth County at the time also recognized this. They knew the culvert was in poor shape. So we've had much discussion with Perth County with this culvert and the local landowners, as well as the municipality. I'm sure you all know, had a floodplain study conducted by a separate independent consulting firm, and that firm provided some recommendations on ways to lower the floodplain elevation. So these properties could or develop at a reasonable elevation without bringing in excess amounts of fill. So from that recommendation, from that report, we have proposed a new culvert under Perth Road 120A. As well as an open ditch clean out downstream and a property that's owned by Great Lakes Poultry. There's a new culvert being proposed down there as well, a farm culvert. As well as we received an additional request for enclosing the remaining portion of drain upstream of Perth County 120A. So all these components are included in this new report. We have an extensive ditch clean out downstream. This ditch hasn't been maintained in quite some time. As well, we are installing a new 3-meter span precast concrete box culvert under 128. And then we are enclosing everything upstream with 900 millimeter concrete tile between those two properties that are being developed. Another thing we can note, this is a major road which serves St. Mary's. That being said, it also is a major road where you have gas transmission lines on. You have what they call a high priority or major gas line on the east side, which serves the community, as well as you have another large gas main on the west side of the road, which acts as a service line mainly for the it's operated by Trout Nutrition. I would call it the sugarcane plant. So we have lines on each side of the road. With this being said, the existing culvert underneath Perth Road 128 was on a very hard angle, making the culvert in excess of 40 meters long. So the new proposal is to straighten that up, put a shorter culvert in, which is a little more economical. The culvert being proposed is sized as per the recommendations in that report to a 250-year event, which is above what we would typically do for a road of that nature. In discussions with Perth County, they were willing to contribute to constructing a culvert, a concrete culvert, up to the size that they required, and anything above what they required to lower the floodplain elevation, we have assessed to the neighboring benefiting properties, which are the properties located along that road on the east side for lowering the floodplain elevation. We do have permitting from the Department of Fisheries on this drain as well. And as you know, UTRCA has been involved on this project before, well before I was. Total cost of the project, it's the largest drain I've constructed in Perth South, it's $670,000. That being said, it's made up of only a couple components. You'll see there's a large special assessment to Perth County for the culvert itself. The remaining is spread upon the upstream properties. So there's three major components. There's the regular ditch work downstream of Perth Road, that's assessed to everybody. There's the work on the county road, which is assessed to the county and the developing properties. And then there's a drain enclosure, which is divided among the two requesters. So there's three separate components. And it is all broken down in the report. I will say one other thing, there is, or I guess, when staff reviewed this, Mr. Bettles, we had one mistake in the, or a couple mistakes in the assessment for construction. We will be writing a new construction schedule, updating this. This will correct the assessment for what is the on-open road allowance. And there is a reference to Perth South Road, which is actually owned by Zora 13th Line. So that's just a mistake in the report. We have provided the municipality with an updated sheet, which we will include for the quarter version. And that was provided this morning, I believe. So that being said, I know there'll be some questions on this one. This one's a little more entailed in some of the other drainage projects we've done. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brendan. I'm gonna inquire if there's anybody in the room wish to ask comments or questions concerning the drain report regarding the design and the details. So the people that were here this morning that are affected, this is your opportunity to ask any questions. Go ahead.
So I am one of the properties, Jacob's liquidation for 265 Ontario there. So I have majority of closing that ditch, obviously. I guess my concern is that the county's gonna pay up to the 150-year flood or whatever it is, and then we're going beyond that. Myself and Mark over there have already spent substantial money in filling our properties up to do that. So it doesn't really benefit us to go to the 250-year culvert. So I was really hoping that, you know, I personally have put in about $300,000 worth of fill to come up to the 250 mark, and I would not like to really pay for the 250 culvert because it doesn't benefit us in any way, shape or form. I think Mark is on the same.
Yeah, we're actually higher than. Right?
Yeah, they're actually a foot higher than us.
Went in before the standard numbers were accepted by upper towns. So we've spent upwards of $500,000 on fill and compaction.
Yes.
So,
No, that's a great point. I believe we have to take it up with upper towns. Do you want to comment? Ooh.
So I can comment a little bit. Yes, so there's been lots of discussion of upper Thames on raising. That being said, they have raised their property, but that then pushes the floodplain more on their neighbors. Because you displace what would be called flood storage. So there's still some benefit to that property in my eyes. Both these properties are receiving a large benefit due to the enclosure. That being said, we did receive some correspondence from UTRCA. I can't remember the gentleman's name off the top of my head. They have indicated that as a whole, they're in general agreement with the report. That being said, I believe the consensus of their letter is they will not allow the current Stantec report to hold until it was remodeled with this new drain enclosure. So those costs are in the report. They are separated. So under administration, there is an item called floodplain modeling study.
Page 5.
Page 12. So to date, Maybe the township could correct me, I believe it's approximately $30,000 has been spent with that modeling report. The individual that did it is Brian Weersing. In discussions with him, they are happy to remodel it. That being said, the cost could be upwards to $6,000 to $12,000, depending on how complex it gets. That being said, they have the model created, they just would have to make some adjustments. I believe Upper Thames has asked as a recommendation that it be updated in their letter they provided, I would say it was last week or the week before. So there is other components. That being said, that floodplain modeling study is being assessed back to the landowners, so it doesn't burden Perth South, who has upfronted all those costs.
So we had to redo our stormwater management, which cost a lot more money to do to the 1050, so why would I benefit? I've already done my stormwater management for that, so you say I benefit from it, but I don't think I do, because all of a sudden my cost doubled for stormwater management when that happened. Or almost doubled. So am I not holding the proper water that I need to, the 250-year floodplain?
Yes, stormwater management is one thing. Stormwater management is when you look at your inflows and your outflows and you try to mitigate them to a pre-development level. Floodplain storage is a separate component where, you know, once it's removed, it's hard to replace. That's why they would like the model updated.
I realize there's another gentleman, you can state your name too. So.
Yeah, Pete Mayor, it's BSC, so we're just on the north of these two properties.
Okay.
So when this first property was put their fill in, we had those two big rains this summer, you guys know about it. You guys had your open.
He had
when it was
water
flooded.
property.
Exactly, so that floodplain is taken away, that floodplain is what kept me dry. That floodplain is now taken away, now you've taken it away. So whatever needs to be underneath that roadway has to be enough to take my water away. Cause we can't have all that water that's displaced from you guys coming into ours and for, so it's not just about you, it's about the whole system.
Oh, I know.
And the whole system, the water has to flow. So whatever gets designed has to take the water away. Because when we had all that water, because all that water was displaced was sitting in his lot, it actually pushed the water up into our receiving pit.
But that's because I was scraped down to clay, right? There was no.
It has nothing to do with whether you were scraped or not or nothing. I don't think you moved, you didn't do anything at that point.
Oh, yeah, we did.
No, the bulldozer was there, but you had nothing done, I don't think. But the water, there's just that much volume and it's pushing, so it has to be able to go away.
And we want,
And whoever-
we definitely would want your property not to flood, but
Yeah.
would it not work with the 150-year instead of the 250? I don't know, I'm not the expert there.
And neither am I, that's why I'm just saying the facts
Yeah,
that happened. And those were the two big rains we had, and we had water across Road 120A and Jane Street farther up,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So whoever does it,
we know that
we need to make sure
culvert,
that's done right, that's all.
the culvert is plugged basically, like it's just full of crap, trees. Like it needed to be cleaned up long ago, way before we did anything.
Yeah, right. But we need this done as soon as possible, because we have another 7-inch rain this summer. We're gonna be in trouble.
Any other comments from the crowd? All right, I'm going to move to open up discussion for members of council for comment or clarification from the engineer and the public, if you wish. Any questions for anyone? Councilor Vanessa?
So my understanding is Upper Thames pushing the 250-year limit.
Yes.
So the downstream from James Street, downstream to that large pond there, that will all be constructed for the flow for 250-year flow.
No.
Well, that makes no sense. I'm just a farmer, that makes so.
No, so it's, yes, we're heaping it, and yes, we are going to be widening it. So it will take considerably more flow. The culvert being installed is being installed to a farm level. So there's a culvert being installed in the property which is owned by Great Lakes. That culvert is a 2-year design farm culvert, so this property is agricultural currently. That's being installed as a regular farm culvert, so in a 2-year event, it's overtopped, the water spills over in the field.
So the water will spill over into the neighboring
field.
farmland?
Yes, but it's all, there's down to this pond that is located just upstream of the railway tracks.
I haven't been where that hole is, so that water can
So it's,
overflow, can it actually overflow on the land and get away on that would be the west side of that culvert then into that pond? Or
so,
can that pond accept that water and then move it under the railroad tracks farther on?
so there's a couple components here, so, there's a property in the middle, it's called Antone Real Estate, maybe you can see it on the maps. So upstream of that, 420 to 8, well, I call it 622, the drain is rather deep. You know, we have 6 to 8 feet, lots of depth. You get downstream of there, the drain's only about 4 feet deep. So it will not convey the 250-year event. The culvert we were putting in is an 1800 to 6-foot pipe. As you can see, it's basically level at the top of the bank, and then we will build up over it. So the 2 sides adjacent will be lower for when it overtops. And then there is a large pond, which I'm guessing was the fill from the overpass, that mitigates the flows. That being said, the culvert under the railway does not convey a 250-year storm event.
So where's all this water gonna go?
Into the pond, and then the pond will mitigate the flow as it's approximately a couple of
Is the
years.
pond, so if the water can get through that culvert or wash its way around the farm culvert there,
Yeah, ends up in the
and
pond.
ends up in the pond, is there enough storage there for a 250-year event?
Yes, that is much lower than the rest of the surrounding lands. That being said, Upper Thames has a regulated area on the Great Lakes poultry property.
Correct.
And I would think these improvements would help it drastically. But again, I'm gonna say they would want that model.
So why are we not putting 2 6-foot culverts in, or 3 culverts, whatever the case may be, to mitigate, to get that flow to that pond? I'm a farmer, I cannot understand why somebody would willingly let their farm flood.
Cost.
And it's $40,000 an acre.
No, I understand that, but this is only once in every couple of years. So every farm culvert that we typically install in this township is to achieve a 5-year event. Some of your roads, as you've seen in the last couple of years, yes, they're designed to a little bit higher, maybe a 10 or a 25. But they overtop occasionally.
So to mitigate the landowners upstream, when you've done your depth and everything else you're surveying, that water will be able to go either through the culvert or around it or over it.
Yes.
So it doesn't affect upstream landowners.
Because there's not near the depth of the channel downstream of other property.
Okay, but there's nothing impeding that. The only thing we may have to do is if we have overflows, is we will have to clean that drain out much more regularly.
I don't think the drain's been cleaned since 1987.
No, I realize that, but further downstream.
Where you're going down to the railway, so. That's as far as the municipal goes, so. The issue you run into is there's a railway there, and they have their own culvert, which isn't a 250-year event.
But if we have capacity there for that 250-year event in that pond, that's not the concern. The concern is to get the water away from Perth Road 120 and the properties to the east of it.
Yes, the upstream properties.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Wilhelm?
So if I understand correctly, the property east of 120A is going to be enclosed, right? The drain tile?
Yes,
Is
so
going to be totally enclosed. So you will have a fairly large drain in the ditch then to allow the surface water to escape?
you're talking your road ditch?
Yes.
No, it will still be open. The culvert will still be open, so the enclosure will come close proximity of the culvert. The culvert itself will still be open, as there'll be a large grass swale between these two properties. The actual drain that's being proposed is being proposed on the north side, away from the existing open channel, and then we will backfill, provide a swale over top. The swale will be aimed at the culvert, the swale will be on the property line, so cosmetically, they will both share it. The drain is located on the north property, which is the Ontario Limited. They'll still be open on the county road.
Counselor Cordy?
So there's two very large ponds. There's one on the other side of the railway tracks. And the one on the private property. The railway opening is fairly large. I know it doesn't meet the 250, but the culvert to the 6 or 7 acres on the other side, the one you're talking about. How big did you say that is, Brandon?
It's a 6-footer, it's an 1800.
Right now, it's probably only about 18 inches, is it?
No.
It's pretty small. I used to own the property, so.
I don't think it's that small, it's a 1400. So it's it's 4.5 feet.
So you're upsizing it by 1.5 feet.
Yes, now that being said, the one under the county road, I believe is currently at 1200, if I remember correctly. So that's where you're seeing the improvement, and currently if you go there, and you can see on the profile. We're going to be pulling almost a meter out of the ditch, so the ditch is heavily silted in. Very adjacent to the road, and I don't quite know why. That being said, it creates a backwatering effect. You can hardly see the road culvert. The properties that are being developed, the ditch would be, I'd say, not maintained for some time. It's full of apple trees, that kind of stuff, and the culvert is essentially blocked. So just cleaning the ditch out would probably alleviate a lot of the problems, but when you start studying it from a floodplain elevation, yeah, we need a larger culvert.
So when you design it, it's designed with a flow rate, like as it drops, so. Yeah, do we have the ability to keep the level fairly on a steeper plane to get rid of the water quicker off the one side of James Street?
We don't really have that much fall. This drain's all designed at a 0.1, which means 10 centimeters in every 100 meters. So between James Street and the pond, for instance, it goes from 324.16 to 323.61. So you have 1.5 meters. No, correct that. You have 60 centimeters, so you have 2 feet. There's only 2 feet of fall from the pond to Perth Road 120.
So will the ditch be larger to hold capacity? Like, it's fairly wide from right at James Street now.
It's going to be fairly wide at James Street down to the real estate property, the Pantone.
Yeah.
Because the excavation will create that. So the ditch is going to be 8 feet deep, approximately 2.4 meters. It's a 2-to-1 side slope, so it means if you go down 8 feet, you go out 16 feet on each side, so now you have 32 feet plus the 3 feet at the bottom, so you're gonna have a ditch that's 35 feet wide. Which seems quite large when I say it like that.
But it'll have the capacity to.
Yeah, it has more capacity than the culvert. The culvert opening is it's a 3 meter span. And it's a 9 foot high. That being said, when you look at the culvert. You put it any taller, it's taller than the road, so like, that's something we can go wider, of course, but. This is a 10-foot box culvert. This structure will require an OSIM. As it's a 3 meter span, I'm sure Ken Metals has been through that process with you guys before, so it has to be inspected every 2 years. It will falls under a whole different category of structures.
Counselor Bell, you had a question?
Yeah, I really agree with your comment about cleaning up the ditch, would mitigate a lot of this. I think, we went there 2 years ago, and as a counselor, was really frustrated to look at the ditch that was plugged then. So it's been up for 2 years, I'm sure for many years before that. So yeah, frustrated that it's taken this long, and I understand it's a massive project, and I didn't realize this is how it works, but I'm just speaking to my frustration of it not getting cleaned out earlier. My question would be, the Great Lakes Poultry Farm property. I'm an assumption, and this is just an assumption, that will someday get developed. What would that look like? Movie, I know it's a, you know, guess that's gonna get developed, but like, if there's a 35-foot wide ditch, what would the setbacks be? Would they have to bring in fill like the other landowners had to?
Well, maybe Martin could answer the question, what it would look like. I've seen conceptual drawings, Upper Thames has area regulated anyhow. So there's a no build zone within so many meters of the channel. I think Martin has a plan showing that.
We do.
I know there's lots of conceptual plans for that. That being said, that owner's hasn't said much.
Could that, okay, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you here quickly, could that part be enclosed? Is that a possibility?
It would be quite a challenge. So you look at the watershed area, there are some criteria in this conservation authority, for watershed limit sizing. We're right on the tipping point.
Yeah, they seem to be asking for more information, which means more money for the township.
Yes, so from the enclosure standpoint, we're right on the tipping point that, it typically wouldn't be approved at staff level. They have approved it and they have approved the report in principle. The comments that were provided, or maybe was that, I don't know if we shared it with all of them. They're mainly to do with development and not so much during the report.
Any further questions? I have, did you want to comment?
You can correct me, but, I don't see Perth South as having a whole lot of money to put in all these culverts when you don't need to. So my primary concern is you're putting a culvert all between the farming land to the east, all the way to James Street 120A. And then you're talking about more enclosed culvert. Well, along the road, I understand that, but you're talking about more culvert on the east side. And to me, using a big excavator to make culverts deeper is a lot cheaper than putting in culverts. Am I off base there?
Brandon, do you want to respond?
So I guess a couple things, Perth South is the municipality, they're not necessarily the payer on some of these, requests. They do pay because, they do own an on-open road allowance. The enclosure upstream of 128 is a request of the two landowners, and it's assessed to them exclusively. It's not really, nothing's assessed to the township for that. The culvert is a Perth County. It's a Perth County structure. That being said, the culvert requires replacement, regardless. Anyhow, it's in poor shape, and as Mark's indicated, the drain's in poor shape, it needs to be cleaned.
So the open culvert, you're gonna leave that?
Which open culvert?
Between 128 and the farmland.
Are you talking here?
Yeah, all along there.
So Mark and I have requested to fill that ditch.
So what are you gonna do with the silt when it fills in the culvert?
Well, that was actually a question I wanted to ask next was, there's an opening on this side and there's an opening on that side from my understanding, right? I wanted to know how big that was.
So that enclosure that we're proposing is 900 millimeter concrete tile. So it's 36-inch pipe. That being said, the basin, will have an opening of approximately 5 feet. There will be a berm, so that's actually just the gray up property. There'll be a berm placed there. to contain flows best we can. Any flows will then overtop and go down the swale, which is down the center. And so essentially, the drain we're installing to that property is only designed to an ag standard. It's much larger than the original Skagrea drain, that's a 21-inch tile from 1987. But the drain itself that we're enclosing on these industrial properties is only to an agricultural component. And anything else will be overtopped. As for sediment, as a whole, the drain should have enough flow that it should be self-cleansing, and we should have the sediment built up in a 36-inch pipe. But sediment moving down the drain is a touch out of my control. That's a landowner-driven best management practice. There's many ways to mitigate that.
Are you sure the flow is rapid enough to take care of itself?
It's typically not a problem on this situation. Eventually, if the Skagrea drain upstream is improved, it will be in similar sizing. So currently, we're much larger than the existing tile system. But I don't foresee an issue with silt clogging the pipe up.
In that existing pipe that was put in 1987, right?
Yes.
And that is completely closed, there's no openings, no nothing to clean that. Like there's in the front and back of our property.
There's infrastructure located on Highway 7. I believe there's some catch basins there. But yes, that being said, I think we're proposing 188 meters of 36-inch pipe being installed here, if I remember correctly. And flushing equipment can easily reach out that distance if it was an issue.
Now, as we discussed before, my neighbor on this side of the roads has on the south in Zora, has a blowout, and that's because there's a plug somewhere. And that's really a drain for us. So I think it is a concern, you know, with corn stalks and silt and all that buildup. It's, in my mind, it's best to leave it open if you can.
So it's a landowner driven request. Maybe Mark wants to.
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify. I was just talking from 128 east, I'm talking, that would not be on the township, so that wouldn't, that's a landowner question. So when I said that, you know, could we fill the ditch in to the east of 128, that would have to come from Great Lakes Culture or the real estate company there. That would have to be driven by them, would have to be paid for completely by them. That has nothing to do with the township. Just want to clarify that for you.
Brandon, I have a couple questions. Why isn't it cleaned out right now? Why can't we do that now?
So, okay, we have an existing report on this from 1987. So the township went ahead. We were appointed in October of 2023. Once there's an engineer appointed, typically with the province, they don't want you to do construction until there's reports completed. That being said, sometimes you can expedite construction if you do an emergency designation. That was never, I guess, entertained or brought up. The depth I'm proposing to dig the ditch would have been much deeper than if Scott were to do maintenance. So if Scott were to do maintenance, the cuts you see on the page, I'll be honest, they'd probably be about 18 inches. He could have went through, he could have cleaned it back to the original design. And then we'd have to assess all those costs out on the old report. And then they would pay again on the new report. I'm not the one that drives doing maintenance during the engineer's reports. You know, we do a number of projects throughout Western Ontario. As a whole, once the engineer is appointed, no work is typically completed without an emergency designation. And I know I've completed emergency designations before with Scott Richardson, just not in this township.
My second question is, I'm worried about the angle change that you mentioned. that not gonna, like all of a sudden, when you're going this way, now you're going this way, it's gonna potentially affect?
Yes, there'll be some effects there. There's also an effect of the gas main. So there's a high pressure gas main located on that side. It's plastic. It doesn't have the required depth for what we're lowering it. It needs to be lowered prior to the work. Both these gas lines require third-party notification before working near them. Straightening the culvert saves costs due to length. The existing crossing, I believe, is approximately 42 to 44 meters long, and the new one we're proposing is probably in the neighborhood of 18, oh no, in this case it's 26, because it's a county road. And that structure has considerable costs. That's a discussion with the county who's been involved. The old structure still needs to come out, so the road will have to be either excavated or the pipe will have to be grouted.
And if somebody could clarify, we are still, like Upper Thames is still sticking to the 250 and they're not sticking to the 100 that generally conservation authorities have. We have to do it to the 250, that is, we can't get an exemption or anything.
Well, it's not have to, it's, we've taken the recommendations from the Stantec report to lower the floodplain elevation to the maximum component. That being said, if it's council's wishes to not do that, we can put a smaller structure in.
Are we deciding on that today? Are we sending this back for more input or?
That's a council decision. That was the design that we've, I guess, led with. That's what staff has been on board to do, is lower the floodplain elevation to the maximum. So in the Stantec report, which is quite intensive, there's a number of things proposed. This lowered it to the maximum elevation, which allowed these people to build. When you look at the costs of installing that culvert, it is less than some of these numbers these individuals mentioned to raise their properties. So that's where the cost benefit has to be weighed. But it's council's decision that what we put under this Perth County road. This is what I've proposed based on what we've been recommended to do, is lower the floodplain elevation. That being said, there's tremendous cost to it.
And do you want to comment at all, or Scott's not here,
No, I think Brandon's got everything covered well, in his report.
but, okay, Mr. Jacobs, you want to?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, so we've already paid that huge amount of money, like close to $1 million between the two of us, right? And that's why I don't wanna pay the 250, but for South, it makes a whole lot of sense to do that, because this land all along here is gonna be much more desirable to develop, if they don't have to go put, poultry place. How many acres is that, right? I'm 3 acres there. 40 acres, imagine filling up 40 acres with 6 feet of fill.
Mhm.
Nobody would develop it, so in my eyes, it's a benefit to First South. That's why First South should take.
I would suggest do not delay this project because it's gonna be trouble for us if it is.
Yeah, in the spring, it's gonna be.
Right. If we get another 7-inch rain, we're gonna be in trouble. No fault of ours.
Councillor Vanessa?
Brandon, you had mentioned that Upper Thames will not accept the Stantec report right now. They want to do some further studying. What's the time frame on that? Have they given you a time frame?
Well, no, because I would say the ball is in the township's court.
So if we agree and pass this, I assume it goes back to Upper Thames then before we can tender it?
No, so the drain report is separate from a floodplain elevation. The drain report improves the floodplain elevation. First South was nice enough to pay for this report today. So in order to update it, there would be a council decision or a staff decision to send it back to Stantec. They would update it. And then that would give Upper Thames, I believe, has accepted the report in principle, and they agreed on the floodplain elevations provided in this. They would then agree on a new one if it's slightly altered.
And there's no time frame on that though.
Well, that's, something that council, I think, would have to direct staff to complete.
Right, but Upper Thames have have to give their okay. I'm worried about Upper Thames. I'm not worried about Standard.
Oh, I can't comment on.
So the question then is, if the drain is lowered, the report is done. Can the person building beside Mr. Jacob or the next one over, do they not have to bring $300,000 or $500,000 to fill in? The new drain now lowers it, or does everybody there have to spend this money?
So it's my understanding, two people that have developed to a higher level than, the new floodplain elevation in this report. I think once the report is approved, I believe that's up for Upper Thames to comment, if they will allow the other properties to proceed. Maybe, I know Martin's been heavily involved in this since the start, maybe he could comment. Hopefully.
I believe the culvert size that Brendan's talking about is gonna benefit the landowners, in future projects. The flood elevation that the buildings have already been built to, will be, in my opinion, drastically lowered, with this work completed. Now, having said that, they need to accept the report, and flood modeling from Stantec will need to prove that these drain works that have been completed will in fact lower those flood elevation.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Wilhelm?
Yes, Brandon. Do we need the revised Stantec report to go ahead with this drain the way it is?
No, because
So how soon could we get this moving forward and finish?
I guess the neat thing about this project is, I wasn't involved with the floodplain modeling, so when I reached out to Brian Weersing, it's just a matter of him. Altering a couple cross sections, and he would submit it to, let's say, the engineer at Upper Thames. I would think that would be, they've already agreed on the model in principle, so we've made some changes. Mainly, the floodplain modeling isn't for the culvert, it's for the enclosure. They will model that, and then I would assume that the floodplain elevation would not change more than 5 or 10%. That being said, when it was originally modeled, it was modeled with no downstream improvements.
So we could, in theory, go ahead with this drain, the way it's designed. And down the road, we could bring Stantec in to do the remodeling and change the height of the future development properties.
Yes, and I don't foresee that taking, I would think they should be able to do that in 4 to 8 weeks, no problem. I reached out to Brian Weersink, and so this report came in December. So in December, we discussed it with him. Yeah, it's not an issue for him. They have it, and they've already agreed on the current model, so they should be able to agree on an updated one.
All right, any further questions? One more from the.
I only received this report on Monday, so I have had some initial questions, but I haven't had time to fully go through the report and digest it. I would like a chance to have some time to go through it and respond if necessary.
If we approve this today, does that give him time to comment when it comes to the Court of Revision? And the Court of Revision is clearly just about the cost.
Cost only.
So we'd have to delay by 2 weeks for Mr. Yeah, for his comments. I'm not sure if the other landowners are in favor of that, but it is February.
Snow's gonna melt.
Yeah. What is the wish of council? Deputy Mayor Wilhelm.
I would like to see us proceed. As the property owners have indicated, this is a major problem, and the Township Bell has said this drain's basically plugged. We have to do something, and the sooner is better. And no sense in doing a clean out and then come back and redoing it. In my opinion, we may as well just move forward.
I'll give you one more comment and then we're gonna.
Okay, well, I guess my thought is that we've been waiting for 4 years for this, so another 2 weeks. And we've spent a lot of money on it. And Upper Thames is really the main problem here, I think. So I appreciate it a little, especially considering this only arrived on Monday. Through no fault of your own, but.
So, can I add one thing?
Go ahead.
The design of itself was, then presented to the owners at a preliminary meeting. Essentially, nothing has changed since that meeting, which I believe was in October, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember, but yes.
Sometimes I write it down.
Gonna grab for it on the calendar. Yes, sorry, it was October 10th.
You were.
I forgot I had it all here. Okay, so as I'm hearing it, counsel on either, Councilor Bell?
I just, yeah, so, I mean, I'm for, I don't wanna say waiting for 2 weeks. What can we have ready, like, what would happen between now and our next council meeting, I guess my question. We tender it, is that the next step? But,
Sorry, we would have to set quarter revision
right,
to address the assessment portion of that, and before we can do that, we need to adopt the report.
So, Councilor Gordon?
Excuse me, I know that you had short notice on it, but what you've heard today, what could possibly change in the changes in the drain, that's all I'm kind of asking is, I think we covered like every possible angle here, I just wonder what could change in 2 weeks, that's all.
Bill, to me, it all depends what the owners ask. That owner is a requester on the enclosure, so it's essentially, if he agrees with it and the cost, I would think it would proceed, and if he doesn't, then there'd be a discussion, because it is a shared mutual enclosure.
Did you want to make a comment?
Just one little thing, I'm gonna suggest a small perforated drainage tile down the bottom of the swale. So that it's not mud forever after a big downpour.
All right, so from what I'm seeing, we've got two options. We can delay it for the 2 weeks. That would be coming here to February 18th for us to adopt. That may give the opportunity for any further questions or comments to be integrated into it. And if not, we move it forward today for quarter revision potentially happening later in February or March. What is the wish of council? Who would like to make a motion?
Don't get shy.
Councilor Vanessa.
I would like to move that we accept this report and move it forward to quarter revision. I think that will be where the biggest concerns are. And I assume quarter revision will be, it will be a busy quarter revision. So I would like to move this drain ahead and schedule the quarter revision.
Just so I clarify, if somebody wants to make comments before the quarter revision, can it be changed? Or,
I believe the report can always be kicked back because it hasn't had a third reading. Maybe Brad has a little more insight on that.
Thank you. I have to look into that. I would agree with you that because we do the third and final reading of the bylaw, once we've already all the process, we can probably at some point amend the report. Quarter revision, as you said, we'll probably won't have a lot of discussion because I think a lot of the discussion here from the landowners is the cost of the proposed work. I think if there's a design aspect that needs to be changed, we can still amend the report. after it's adopted.
by sending it back, and then we would have
Yes.
to reconvene the consideration. And
So
then-
can we adopt it today? In that scenario?
If you adopted the day we're moving forward, so,
Yes. That's what I thought.
so I think your option is adopt or
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, where I need a seconder, but to adopt and move forward. Do I have a seconder?
No question.
Yeah.
Started,
Can we get it on the floor first?
he did put it on for
We need a
We need a
seconder.
seconder to get it on. Deputy Mayor Wilhelm seconded it. Now question?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand, you made a comment about this really hasn't changed since October. Why are the landowners only getting it Monday or yesterday?
Oh, so I authored the report, December 20th. Which was just before Christmas. I'm guessing the township received it over the Christmas, New Year period. After that, it's out of my hands. Typically, reports like this nature are mailed out so many days prior to this meeting. Lizette always follows the requirements as per the act. I don't know exactly when she mailed this one out.
Go ahead.
January 9th.
So,
Yeah, so it's Canada Post issue, I believe, is affecting their ability to comment. Councillor Martin?
Just weighing in and that I feel like it's not, as you say, a 4-year project, but 4 years, 2 weeks. It should not make or break it as opposed to going, like, maybe we can do this, and maybe we can do that, so. I'm not in favor of this motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? 1, 2. Okay, it is 3. Did you vote, sorry?
Yeah.
Yes, I have 3. Next,
Then you ask who's opposed.
2, who's opposed? 2 opposed. So I'm gonna say 3 opposed.
So the motion fails.
Motion fails. All right, so I am requesting that we come back here. I need another motion that we move forward in 2 weeks. So that gives an opportunity for this landowner to make any comments. So I need a motion regarding that. Anyone? Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Bell. All those in favor? 1, 2. Okay, what do we do now? That failed as well.
I can't help you people. Well, since we've had,
Jeff, can you start today?
since we had both options,
well, can I
not
maybe
passed.
make a
Yes.
comment?
Yeah.
I believe your next meeting is February 18th at evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, your neighboring municipality, Westport, also has a meeting that night, which I am currently could be required to attend. It's a quarter revision. So maybe that makes it easier and we just make it the meeting after February 18th.
That's delaying it even further.
Exactly.
yes,
But I am not available on February 18th at 6:30. Because I have a quarter revision. I can go later if I can make it. So I have no problem if we move it, but I try to avoid double booking.
Yeah. Councillor Trenthouse, or sorry, what time is your meetings in Westwood?
7 p.m.
Is there any, will he be the first thing on your agendas?
You'll have to talk to the clerk.
It's a quarter revision. We will await to see if there's appeals.
I would really like to move this to the 18th. I don't have any motion on the floor, so you guys are. Okay. Okay, Fred has mentioned that we have the opportunity to start our meeting earlier if we bumped it up to 6. That would give an opportunity.
Yes, and I will clarify with your neighbor Westford on if attendance is required. They don't require attendance if there's no appeals.
Okay, so at that meeting, everybody will have had their final input on the comment. The hope is that it passes in that meeting and we set the quarter revision for March. Go ahead.
so to clarify, we already tried to set the reconsideration for that meeting, not knowing the engineer's availability.
Yeah.
But council decided they didn't want to move it to that date. So in order to reconsider that, I need either Councilor Martin or Councilor Bell to bring that forward again for reconsideration, or if council wishes to adopt the report today, we need Councilor Van Ness and our Deputy Mayor Wilson to bring that motion forward. We're at a standstill because both motions were defeated, and we're not changing right now. We're not changing the intent of either motion. Just by rescheduling the time.
Just a question. Don't we have a chance, like say if he comes back and everything's fine, on the 18th, we could approve it. But he still has a chance to kick it back, doesn't he? Like, why don't we carry forward that? We could approve it on the 18th if he had no issues with the chance to read it.
Well, you have to give everyone the same, it's either we approve it today or we don't. That being said, if there's actual design component problem the landowner is unhappy with, they can always take it to the tribunal. Which I haven't had the luxury of having one in Perth South. But that, they always have that option, so if you approve it today. And the landowner, there's a design component they do not like, they can always appeal it to a mapper in the rural appeals tribunal. And there's always that avenue.
So we are back to approving it today as is, or delaying it till the 18th.
Do landowners have anything else to say? Or we?
Not overly, I just, we have an amount, I guess when would we know if we're also contributing to the 250-year culvert? Or and who makes that decision, who says that?
That's a quarter revision, I believe, but.
Yeah, and it's already, let's say, Ben said, it's in the assessment schedule. So, and that property he's referring to is involved. As well as all the properties on that side of Perth Road 120A.
All right.
So, but that's a quarter revision adjustment, yes.
Just a question for clarify for me to the these, is this a design concern or a cost concern? I'm so right or wrong.
It's partially design, partially cost.
Sounds like it's a.
Yeah.
I've never in my 6 years experienced this, so. Who would like to make a motion? Councilor.
I'll change my vote, bring that other one back, we'll kick it down 2 weeks and get this thing done.
Okay.
We're gonna sit here all day otherwise.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilor Martin that we are going to delay this for the 2 weeks. So that you will have the opportunity to speak or make any changes. And then we will move our council meeting to 6 p.m. on the 18th. So we can have this first thing on the agenda, so we can deal with this and you can still go to West Perth. And is there any other, Mark, are you okay with the adjustment? Yes, okay, moved. Looking for a vote? Yes, yes. Okay, we are 4-2. Carrie, thank you. Thank you, Brandon.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we are now in regular council still. Yeah. Do we have to, what time do we have to agree that we are going to extend our council meeting? The time frame? Oh, no, okay. We good? Yeah, that's only if it goes past 11 o'clock. For a daytime, we can go all day. Oh, we can go all day. All right, no. Yeah, I think that. Okay, so we are gonna move to 7.5 for committee of adjustment for 2 minor variances. All right, So I am now at the, Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public hearing to consider two minor variance applications. The first application is currently, the property currently owned by Lydia and Jonathan Knight. It's the application number A05 2024, property lot 17, concession 1, Downey Ward at 217 Boyce Street. This is a hearing for, as an opportunity for the township to advise the public of the purpose and the intent of the minor variance and receive their input prior to making a decision. So I'm advising that any person present who wishes to receive a written notice for the decision made by the Committee of Adjustment is asked to give their name and mailing address to the Secretary or Treasurer at this time. Nobody? Okay. So, no written notice except as previously noted will be given unless requested at this time. So I'm advising that all persons attending this hearing will be given an opportunity to be heard and make a presentation, and I announce that I will call the county planner to present the planning report and recommendation. Do you want me to keep going? Or do you want me to move it? Haley, your floor is yours for now.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. I will be presenting minor variance application A05-24 for lands municipally known as 217 Boyce Street in the Township of Perth South. The subject lands are rectangular in shape and approximately 0.26 hectares in area with a frontage of 24.25 meters along Boyce Street. The subject land is designated village and zone hamlet and village residential. Next slide. Oh, you got it. No, you did. The subject application is proposing relief from section 5.1.3D of the Township of Perth South zoning bylaw to increase the maximum height for an accessory structure from 4.5 meters to 6.3 meters. The requested relief will facilitate the construction of an accessory structure to store personal recreational vehicles as well as an additional residential unit. The proposed variance is considered minor in nature as all provisions are being satisfied with the exception of the increased height as permitted for the Hamlet Village residential zone. Surrounding properties are generally residential with single detached dwellings and accessory structures. Currently, the rear portion of the lot abuts an agricultural field and a railway. The proposed structure will remain accessory to the primary dwelling as the structure is proposed to be smaller in area than the existing house. The proposed size is in keeping with the overall intent of the lot coverage provisions, and the proposed variance is not expected to negatively impact the surrounding land uses. In light of the foregoing, staff recommend the approval of minor variance application A05-24, and thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I would just like to clarify, this is about the height only. I know there's a picture that talks about the two vehicles in there, but those are not for vehicles. They are for like ATVs and snowmobiles and that. So I'm just clarifying that right off the bat.
That was my question.
Oh,
How are you gonna get cars back there?
Through the chair, that was a discussion this morning with the applicant.
Okay.
It's just to show the size of the structure, but it will just be used for personal recreational vehicles.
Councilor Vanessa?
I have no concern with that. I just wonder, how do you get a cement truck back there? I drove by the property and the houses on either side are very close.
Through the chair, I can let the applicant speak to that, but in discussion, her contractor did say that there is a way to do it. It hasn't been expressed on how that's going to be completed, but.
Over the house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Martin, you want to speak?
Oh, I can speak to that. Yeah, they use a pump truck, to pump it over the house.
And then all the supplies, the lumber will be carried back then?
They'll use Armstrong too.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Councilor Bell?
Is it, just going on the looks like Google pictures here, is it past the pool or is it between the pool and the septic bed?
Pool is gone,
The pool's gone, oh, okay, that answers my question. Okay.
but it will be, I will say, where the halfway point of where the pool is.
Okay.
Through the chair, there's actually a picture on the right. It's kind of, yeah, showing where the pointer is. It would be a little bit lower than the pool. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, so I will now ask the Secretary Treasurer to provide any comments received from circulated agencies and landowners. No comments received. Is there anyone present who wishes to make a presentation or speak in opposition of the application? And I request that you give your name and address for the record as you are recognized. Anyone? No? Okay, is there anyone by video conference? I don't believe. Does the applicant agent have any comments in respect to the application? No? Are there any other, questions from committee members? No. Okay, so now I'm at the second application. So now I have an application, from Ken Manager. For the application of A-01-2025, part lot 6, concession 9, Downey Ward 3182, Perth Road 122. This hearing is an opportunity for the township to advise the public of the purpose and intent of the minor variance and receive their input for making the decision. I advise any person present that wishes to receive written notice of the decision made by the Committee of Adjustment is to give their name and address to the Secretary Treasurer at this time. There's no written notice except as previously noted. We will give unless requested at this time. All persons attending this hearing will be given an opportunity to be heard or make a presentation. I will now call on the county planner Haley to present the planning report and the recommendations.
Thank you. I will be presenting minor variance application A01-25 for lands municipally known as 3182, Road 122 in the Township of Perth South. The subject lands are rectangular in shape and approximately 0.5 hectares in area with a frontage of 39.7 meters along Road 113. 122, sorry. The subject land is designated agriculture and zone. No, it's designated village and zoned hamlet village residential. Slide please. The subject application is proposing relief from section 5.1.3B of the Township of Perth South zoning bylaw to increase the maximum height for an accessory structure from 4.5 meters to 6.4 meters. The requested height is to facilitate the construction of an accessory structure that will be used to store a personal recreational vehicle.
Just so you know that address is wrong up there. The picture is right, but it says Boyd Street.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
Too many applications, I guess. The subject application is proposing relief from, no, sorry. The proposed accessory structure is supportable and meets the criteria outlined in the County of Perth official plan. There are no significant site constraints or physical barriers that would prevent compliance with the zoning bylaw other than the requested height variance. The surrounding area consists of vacant lots and agricultural land with a railway to the northeast, minimizing concerns about incompatible land uses or physical limitations to construction. At the time of consent application, the applicants completed a noise study to ensure the residential lots were created in the appropriate location to avoid conflict with the existing rail line and proposed residential development. The requested height variance of 6.4 meters is minor considering requested relief averages within the County of Perth and does not significantly impact the structure's functionality or appearance, meaning no alternative design is necessary. In light of the foregoing, planning staff recommend the approval of minor variance application MV1-2025. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I will now ask the secretary to provide any comments received from stipulated agencies and landowners. Thank you, Chair. There are no comments received. Is there anyone present who wishes to make a presentation or speak in opposition of the application? And I request you give your name and address for the record. Is there anyone present by video? I don't believe so. And does the applicant agent have any comments in respect to the application? I don't believe they're here. Here. Oh, you are coming. No comment. All right. Are there any questions for the committee members, from the committee members? Councilor Vaness?
Just one question, and it's probably maybe directed to Martin. There's 5 lots in a row there. Is there consideration being taken to get rid of stormwater?
Yes, that's all been,
Because-
looked at in part of the, design of the.
Part of the design, okay, just so it's not spilling on other properties?
Which, part of the building process, the building permit also asks for, a drainage site plan as well.
Excellent, no, thank you.
Any other questions? This is just about the height, right? Okay, so now the committee will consider a resolution regarding each application. Now I'm here. You are. Okay, the Township of Perth South Committee of Adjustment approves the application for file MV5-2024 submitted by Jonathan and Lydia Knight The lands described as Plan 539, Lot 12, municipality known as 217 Boyce Street, as it relates to relief from the section 5.1.3D to increase the permitted accessory structure height from 4.5 to 6.3 to facilitate a 72.46 meter detached garage, subject to the following conditions: that the accessory structure proposed by the applicant be generally in size and the location as identified on the application site to the satisfaction of the Township of Perth South Chief Building Official. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. You have your approval. Recommendation that the Township of Perth South Committee of Adjustment approve application for file MV 1-2025 submitted by Ken Maringer. How do we say it?
You gotta write the second time.
Applicant on behalf of Mark Vaness, owner of lands described on concession 9, part lot 6, registered plan 44R6194, parts 2 and 7, municipally known as 3182, road 122, as it relates to 1, relief from the section 5.1.3D to increase the maximum height for an accessory structure from 4.5 to 6.4 to facilitate the construction of a 178.3 meter accessory structure, subject to the following conditions: that this accessory structure proposed by the applicant be generally of size and the location as identified as the applicant's site plan to the satisfaction of the Township of Perth South Chief Building Official. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. You have permission. Okay, Haley, we are at 7.6 for the report for the consent application B51 2024 4420 Perth line 20.
Thank you. I'll be presenting consent application B 51-24 for an agricultural related severance located at 4420 line 20 in the Township of Perth South. Next slide, please. The application for consent to sever is to create an agricultural related lot with an existing grain elevator operation from the surrounding agricultural lands. The existing grain operation is proposed to be severed from the subject land to allow the grain operation to be independent and separately conveyable from the remaining agricultural lands and associated accessory uses. The retained lands will continue to be used for agricultural production and farm residential. The proposed severed lands contain 9 silos and 3 structures. A structure located on the easterly portion of the severed land that is attached to a structure on the retained lands is proposed to be removed. The lands to be severed are proposed to be approximately 3.8 hectares in total lot area. The majority of the area will be used for grain testing, and the retained lands contain a single detached dwelling, an accessory structure, a pool shed, private well, and septic, in addition to the agricultural lands. The applicant has indicated that no changes are proposed to the retained lands and that the agricultural lands will remain in crop production. Next slide, please. A zone change application has been submitted to ensure that the severed lands are appropriately zoned to support an agricultural related use. This will facilitate the ongoing operation of the grain business, ensuring that the necessary zoning is in place to accommodate the existing grain operation on the severed parcel. Next slide, please. The grain elevator operation is an agricultural industrial operation that processes farm-produced commodities. It can be considered a farm-related industrial use, and the grain elevator operation directly supports the agricultural community and does not hinder surrounding agricultural operations. The grain elevator operation is considered an agricultural, as per section 4.3.2.1 of the PPS, the severance of the subject grain elevator operation is consistent with the PPS as it is related to agricultural uses and is of a minimal size required to maintain the operation and accommodate appropriate sewage and water services. In light of the foregoing, staff are supportive of the proposed severance and are of the opinion that the application is consistent with the agricultural related lot curation policy in prime agricultural areas of the provincial planning statement and conforms with the farm related commercial and industrial activities required in the County of Perth official plan, subject to the recommended conditions of the consent approval being fulfilled. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So we are looking to advise this to land division. Just to work there. Does any have any questions for Haley regarding this severance? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that the Township of Perth South Council advise the Land Division Committee or its delegated authority that the Township of Perth South supports the application file B 51-24 submitted by Jeffrey and Carolyn Plum for lands described as Concession 8, Part Lot 11, municipally known as 4420 Perth Line 20, subject to the conditions listed in the report dated February 4th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Corview, seconded by Councillor Vaness. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Haley. We have one more, 7.7, the wireless communications tower. Go ahead.
Thank you. Forbes Bros Inc. on behalf of Explorer Inc. is proposing to construct a 45-meter self-supporting communication tower at 4094 line 15. The tower is proposed to enhance internet and data coverage for the surrounding areas northeast of the town of St. Mary's. The applicant is requesting that the Township of Perth South Council provide comments on their application and provide the letter of concurrence. Next, okay, that's fine. Communication towers are regulated by the federal government, and proposals for new telecommunication towers are required to consult with land use authorities in siting new mobile base station locations. The location of the proposed cell tower is designated as agriculture in the current Perth County official plan and zoned agricultural in the Perth South zoning bylaw. The proposed installation is a light-duty self-support style communication structure, and the tower installation is a triangular structure and will be 45 meters in height and occupy a footprint of approximately 3 meters by 3 meters. The tower will have an anti-climb mechanism. Transmitting and receiving antenna equipment is mounted to the upper portion of the structure, as well as provisions for future technology services. The applicant has stated that their investigation for a site outlined that there are no new existing tower facilities within 500 meters of Explorer's proposed location. No other tall buildings or structures exist in the immediate vicinity to support broadcasting equipment deployment. Next slide, please. All cell towers are regulated by ISED Canada's telecommunication protocols in accordance with the Federal Radio Communication Act. Municipal zoning bylaws may not control or limit the type or height of an antenna system or support structure for any other purposes. The applicant has provided mapping showing the location of the proposed tower on the subject lands, and the telecommunication protocols are required that neighboring property owners within 3 times the height of the tower to be notified. The proposed height of the tower is 45 meters and required circulation area is 135 meters. The applicant has completed a circulation to adjacent property owners within 135 meters. Next slide, please. Planning staff recommend that the Township of Perth South Council provide a letter of concurrence to Forbes Bros Inc. on behalf of Explorer Inc. outlining that the public consultation protocol has been followed in accordance to Perth South consultation process for wireless communication facilities. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I just clarify, in my recommendation, I don't hear ExploreNet. I just see Forbes Inc. care of Sarah Duncan.
Through the chair, the agent for Explore Inc. is Forbes Bros, so maybe we'll have to reword it to state on behalf of Explore Inc.
All right, well, I need to do that. Any questions for Sarah regarding her, for Haley? Councilor Duncan.
Just some question. I looked at this code 6 stuff for the health. I can't seem to come up for some reason, but anyways, regulate. So it's, you said the federal government regulates it. I know there's some EMF issues with some of these towers and people getting that live nearby get cancer very quickly and very quickly for that. Who monitors that, like the frequency that tower is going to come?
Through the chair, from my understanding of background with telecommunication towers, it has to be 3 times the legal limit away from surrounding properties and, the safety code 6. That they're technically the ones that regulate it, like Health Canada would regulate it. They have to follow, like Sarah Duncan, the applicant, would have had to follow the federal regulations for this. I think, I don't know if she's on today. Okay. I can certainly provide more information. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me, but there is a legal limit that they have to be, under.
I just wouldn't want to be living in that house. In my opinion.
Yeah, there is studies that have been completed, to show that, the radio frequency is so low that it would not affect, but I can certainly provide that information to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I can read a recommendation, that the Council of Township of Perth South received the report dated February 4th, 2024, entitled Municipal Consultation for Wireless Telecommunications Towers, submitted by Forbes Inc. On behalf of ExploreLink in care of Sarah Duncan, affected lands described as concession 12 lot 3 in the Township of Perth South, municipally known as 4094 line 15, and that the Council of the Township of Perth South provide a letter of concurrence to the Four Brothers Inc. and ExploreNet, care of Sarah Duncan, outlining the public consultation protocol has been followed in accordance with the Perth South consultation process for wireless telecommunications facilities. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm, second by Councillor Cordew. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Haley. All right, our last delegation public hearing is 7.8. We have Great Concern Perth County coming forward.
Thank you, Mayor, for presenting council for allowing us this opportunity. We had requested to speak before the decision was made about agenda item 7.1, but here we are. So, it's been a year and there have been numerous changes since the February 20th public meeting. And because of that, we don't feel that the requirement for phase 1-2 public consultation was satisfied. And though we are grateful, respectfully, deferring our delegation after council's decision eliminated public engagement that we think is important. In short, we feel that Perth Council has put commodity over community today. Council decided to advance a process that eliminates viable options for consideration despite past recommendations from agencies that recommend a municipal water and sewage system for reasons that include sustainability, safety, and growth, among other considerations. Council is also choosing to advance a development that does not conform to the provincial policy statement or the official plan. Council's goal, according to Mayor Orr's statement in the Matthew Ray's press release about infrastructure investments to upgrade Station Road R, to enhance the quality of life of residents, to provide much needed accommodation for our population, improve infrastructure, support economic development, attract new investments, and build a prosperous and sustainable future for Perth South. This proposed development can't make this happen. It provides a bedroom community failed by poor planning that neglected to follow established policies that exist for good reason. Perth County deserves a complete community, and that is possible, but it appears to have been rejected in favor of external interests. Sebringville is still designated as a village under the newly completed county official plan, which directs growth to service-driven areas. There was the perfect opportunity to explore fulsome consideration for Sebringville's future as something more than just a village, if this is the goal. The EA acknowledges that the proposed development doesn't fit within village constraints and exceeds projected growth, but wishes that they be put aside because the proposed development is urban. So they want urban considerations. The EA package includes many concerns about the process and proposed servicing plans previously undertaken for this parcel of land, and it seems many may still exist. For example, the Ministry of the Environment previously cautioned against standalone wastewater solutions such as the one Asmuth recommends for this development. This approach does not support long-term expansion, and a piecemeal sewage system built just for this development is inefficient and actively limits future growth. And that's according to the ministry from that might be 2012. We also understand from the EA that there are approximately 150 acres of lands within the village boundary that are identified as having development potential. It's why it's important that there be a planful process if there is to be an expansion, so it meets everybody's needs, including Perth East's. Most agencies recommended a municipal water and sewage system for reasons that include sustainability, safety, and for growth, but council agreed on an option that effectively limits growth. Perth South Council rejected the option necessary to accomplish their vision for growth with a municipal centralized sewage system. It is recognized that a village isn't the appropriate place for a municipal system, and the official plan amendment to redesignate Stephenville as serviced urban area likely couldn't be justified at this time. The recommendation adopted is a workaround due process and a shortcut that fails to consider broad interests of the community and Perth East. And all of this is despite the report stating that the preference is to develop a servicing strategy that is suitable for the long-term growth in the community. And our community includes Stephenville on both sides of the highway. Arcadis prepared a report that was submitted to councils in October and a letter addressing this decision that was circulated by the site. Thank you. These appear to have been disregarded and to our own detriment. As Jeff Henry outlined, there's a clear process for significant growth that includes a secondary plan that evaluates infrastructure, land use policies, and long-term sustainability before approving major development decisions, and a proper servicing strategy to ensure long-term viability. But for council today, there was only one option on the table for you, and that was to endorse the recommendation that suits the developer because a viable option that warranted consideration was eliminated. Jeff Henry's letter also confirmed that limiting growth, that was an option that was not extended to you for consideration, is a legitimate policy-based alternative and fully consistent with the official plan that actually does state that villages may continue to experience limited growth. The consultants claim that limiting growth was not an option, and that was incorrect. Additionally, it was stated that higher density is necessary for this project's financial viability, not because it serves the community's best interests, but because it is what the developer needs to proceed. Planning decisions should be based on long-term sustainability, not a project's financial feasibility. Please consider engaging with your neighbors about this proposed development. The future of Stephenville and Perth County. We had two candidates here that could have represented our concerns at this table.
Three.
3 minutes? I'm almost.
No, you have three candidates, I'm just saying.
Okay,
Stephenville.
from Stephenville. And two directly affected by the development. But their names, but we are so unrepresented, and there is no demonstration that there is anybody considering our interests at the table currently, except possibly one who's asking good questions. Again, liking the developer and appreciating the apartments in Listowel and needing tax revenue aren't good reasons to advance this development. Today, it appears that council is staying the course despite information that warrants consideration, third-party review, and public input. It isn't too late to create the vision you probably planned. Please consider engaging with your neighbors from our community so that we can discuss the considerations that matter to us we aren't feeling that we're being heard. And there's an evidence that our considerations are being considered. So we had previously put forward a request for a process that would allow for meaningful engagement and communication with council and staff, and that was declined. I'd like to ask that maybe we revisit that in the spirit of public engagement and community.
You still have time to.
I don't really have anything else unless anybody has any questions.
I just need to clarify, today's decision was to move it for public input. You will have all the input that you want, and that's what we tried to get to today.
You endorsed a recommendation, and that was required in order to advance it to public consideration.
Yes,
And the public consideration, from my understanding, is about the preferred recommendation that the developer has made and does not include any of the considerations or options that have been formally removed from consideration.
I think that is your opinion, and we will take it to the open house.
Okay, so does that mean that there is the opportunity for this to be revisited?
It goes to a public open house for public to have input.
Okay,
This council gets to see it first, and it goes to the public. It is now going to go to that next stage.
okay. So then just for clarity, the decision has not completely eliminated any of the other viable options?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
This is just a delegation. We have 5 minutes if anybody wishes to make any comments, otherwise we'll accept the delegation and move on to lunch. Any questions for Get Concerned and Adrian Tooling?
I'm sure everybody's hungry, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your
Thank you.
consideration. I'm call a recess at 1 o'clock, and we will deal with staff reports. So let's give us 15, 20 minutes. No, you just call a recess. I'm honored.
Thanks for taking care of lunch.
Kissing people now.
I know. Okay, so we are at item 8, reports, 8.1, Martin, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Orr. Members of council, January started out pretty well. We had 5 building permits issued, with just over 1.1 million in, project value and almost 5,000 collected permit fees. Applications still come in. We're gonna have a busy spring by the looks of it, so we're looking forward to that. We talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, but we have implemented our new, building software. We're now using the city recorder, for issuing permits, and it's going quite smoothly. We're working through the process. We're changing over from our other program, entering new, the previous building inspections and permits into the new program, so we should have everything up and going here before too long. So I'm gonna publish a how-to guide for applicants when they go online, want to submit their application to the portal. We're gonna have that up and going soon too. So the reason we went to reporter, it meets the building department's needs, and the cost was very similar to our other programs. So that's there was no new property standards or bylaw a month. That's it in a nutshell. I will also add that we had our seminar there last week at Stratford, all 6 building officials in Perth County got together. There was over 130 people attended it. It was well attended and lots of good questions, a lot of good dialogue. The architects and engineers kept us on our toes about our code knowledge, that's for sure. So, it was good. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Any questions for Martin?
Your worship, I wanted to you ask Martin to highlight the Stonetown Foods permit that's coming.
Okay, sure, yeah, we just issued it yesterday. So they're gonna start the shell, for the addition. Don't quote me on this, it's around 60,000 square feet. It's gonna be a freezer type, building. They're working through the process of getting approvals from the, MOE for wastewater and that sort of thing, but, we're getting them going. The building will be, the occupancy of the building will be conditioned on some of the things coming in as they go. But, yeah, we're looking forward to that. Last discussion I had with them, I think there was around 130 people they're expecting to employ when everything's complete. Yeah, it's a substantial investment in our community, and so we're looking forward to talking about it.
Any more questions for Martin? All right, I have a recommendation that the CBO update report be received for information. Moved by Councilor Corby, second by Councilor Bell. All those in favor? Carried. Here, Director of Public Works, Ken.
Thank you, Mayor Orr. We received this correspondence from the Penn Cinnamon Source Protection Plan about some amendments that would apply to the plan, which of course falls under the plan. Martin and I are the RMO RMI source protection for the township. So we reviewed the changes, and most of them are regulatory minor changes, or changes that have really already been included in some of our source protection policies and plans. So really no big change, but it's asking for a resolution from council endorsing the updates, which then goes out to public consultation. So, if anybody has any questions. Right.
Councilor Vanessa.
Is there a copy? I wasn't able to find it, what the actual changes are.
Oh, yeah, I can get you.
Maybe it was on there, I couldn't find it on all the links, so.
Okay.
I just had received the notice and the letter that was directly given to us. That's what I included in the.
Okay, yeah, I can have this copy of the law, don't want any scribbles on, but I can get you one. Sure.
Through you, your worship, there is a, in the correspondence, there is a summary of changes, there's only 3. But we can get you a copy.
I also did look, I didn't know who Johnny Bowes was, but he's our representative. Anybody representing him? No. So you're, is council okay to endorse the changes that Ken has provided? Or I guess we haven't seen the changes. Are you What are you looking for? Tim?
Well, the Forest Protection Committee is looking for, what are they calling, a resolution endorsing the update to the plan, from all the affected municipalities, and then it goes out to public consultation. So if you guys want copies to, or more info to read through, I can provide that.
Do you want to wait?
Bring it back, whatever council wants.
Councillor Bell?
So is it the three things that are listed under suggested resolutions? Is that what I'm?
Through you, your worship. So you can see those are sort of really high level, areas that have been revised, but they don't detail, and maybe Councilor Vanessa is looking for more detail.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't want to endorse something that I don't know what it is.
So there's obviously, some amendments to policies, some amendments to the mandatory amendments to drinking water pieces, and, issues with Thames and Thames source, but we'll get you the draft, and you can have it.
Yeah, there's like a track changes, document where the exact changes they've made to the plan, so.
Great.
To council.
You could just defer your worship, and we can bring it to the next meeting.
Sure. Okay,
Do you need me to set a motion for that, or?
do I need a motion to defer? Okay, Councillor Bell, moved by, second by, Councillor Vanessa, all those in favor, carried. Okay. The CAOW grant, right,
The accounts are before you, your worship, from December 28th to January 28th.
so I'll put those on the floor, the accounts payable listing dates of January 28th, 2025 for the period December 28th, 2024, and January 9th to 28th, 2025, in the amounts of $226,025.55, and $181,711.98 be approved. Motion to put it on the floor, moved by Councillor Courtney, seconded by Councillor Mark Bell. Discussion regarding the accounts on the floor. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, we bought, over $4,000 for the gravel for line 9. Can you just tell me what that's about?
Yeah, through the mayor, there was, just the weather and stuff that created, a condition of like horrible potholes out on one of the roads over in Gore, so, because it wasn't suitable to grade it and make it all, we got some gravel that put on, Scott did, and the guys, and I got calls after from the residents out that way, that were appreciative that because it was in pretty bad shape, so it's the best way to fix it at a time, with other conditions.
Councillor Mark Bell. I'm having it here, right?
Refinished a door, for, the Dodge, the 2024 pickup. What happened there?
I can, get some detail on that. It was actually a door for, they got quoted to the wrong one, Ruth like gave that to her to correct. It was a door on the snowplow, and what had happened was the wing had come up and damaged the door, when it hit something, in the winter, so, the mirror and the door and the glass and everything.
There's no stop.
Damage. Not for that instance, no, yeah.
And then, I think we talked about this earlier, there we paid about $4,000 for the single subdivision to BM Ross. I would like their comments. For the next part of whatever we're going through. We're obviously paying them, so I'd like to see what they have to say on each part of what we're dealing with.
If I could, your worship, we bill the applicant for BM Ross's fees, just so you know, and we do have comments, we have them, so we're happy to circulate.
Okay, wonderful. Last question, 134, it looks to me like there was the truck, tipped over and maybe recovered some sand. It takes us 6 hours. It looked to me, it's a pretty big amount for recovering the sand. I don't think it should take that long, but I just wanted to ask the question why it was billed like that.
Sorry, I just want to pull it up. Yeah, it was like $1,200. I realize it's not, maybe not a lot of money, but to recover stand, it shouldn't take relatively 6 hours for an excavator to do that.
Yeah, it's a little more than I expected to, there's some like mobilization, costs in that as well. And yeah, it can save them, it's spilled off the truck.
That seems like excessive to me, but I just want to point that out. Tiffany?
Councillor Vanessa?
A couple of questions on the Black Creek water system and St. Paul's water system. There's a bunch of additional charges here from Aqua, and I'm just curious what those charges are for, other than the contract.
Through the mayor, so they send, separate invoices, so there's a standard invoice, which is based on our contract, like a set amount. And then there's additional invoices they send for, some of it's for product, the chlorine, and supplies they get for that. Some is for small maintenance, like items they've had to buy. You know, if they need to replace a UV light, for example. Or there's, they may have to call in, even a contractor sometimes to help with the programming on the computer systems that run there. So their main bill is split up kind of consistently for the whole year, but then there's this extra bill, which is variables, including chemicals and supplies and parts.
Is it possible to get a little more detail?
The invoice has all kinds of detail. Sometimes there's extra labor on there as well for emergency call-ins.
Well, it's just interesting, there's 6 or 7 different bills here, so it's not just one bill, actually, there's.
I think there's a couple different periods, like months, periods possibly on those, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Motion's on the floor. All those in favor? Approved. Thank you. Do you want to give a report, Fred?
On,
Maybe the staff? Question or no?
oh, on the treasurer?
Yeah.
Oh, so yes, we have, so a candidate has accepted our offer of employment as deputy CAO and treasurer. Her name is Tracy Johnson. She's currently the CAO and treasurer in Dunwich. We're just doing some due diligence today and checking references and so on, but I don't expect any issues. She has been the treasurer there for, we would say, about 2.5 years. Before that, she was the treasurer in Owen Sound and her deputy treasurer. She was the treasurer in North Middlesex for a time. So happy to say that she's planning to start around the middle of March. Becky Balfour, our acting treasurer, is going to stay with us until Tracy gets her feet under her. But that's certainly a big step forward in terms of the treasury and getting some more capacity in there following Rebecca's departure. So happy to report that we've got some success there.
I also wanted, could you explain to the council why our session got canceled on Friday? That's right.
Oh, well, it's the provincial election. So all of the outreach that's been underway, we had another program that we had registered for the Housing and Water fund that was for successful recipients. When the OFM canceled the Friday, they didn't tell us why, other than matters out of their control. But when we got the cancellation notice on the Housing Enabling Fund, they specifically said it was because the provincial election had been called and that basically they were not, like, there's no government, basically, because the government's been dissolved. So they're not sending out teams out into the province to represent the government. So they canceled all of those workshops. That's what the line.
Any questions for what?
Totally different, I'm just wondering, how are we as a council gonna move forward with the budget process?
So Becky has been working on the budget, it's my expectation that we'll be able to get. So you recall through the mayor, you pre-approved some capital pieces back in the fall. When Tracy gets here, we will effort to have the budget to council before the end of April. Now, that may or may not have the county levy in it. I'm gonna say at the moment, probably not. You know, so we can certainly bring you a draft that reflects the Perth South budget. I don't know how meaningful it will be, but you know, you can look at it and get a sense of where we are, and then, you know, if the county levy is gonna be increased by up to 20%, you know, it might make what we're doing sort of meaningless. So it could be significant, right? I mean, so that's the hope, Councilor Bass, is hopefully by the end of April, we'll be able to bring you a budget that you can potentially approve in principle, subject to receiving the county's levy.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking of budget, did you wanna mention where we are with winter maintenance and if we're?
Well, I noticed even this morning, there was some snow again, and, so the guys have been busy, it's definitely gonna affect our winter maintenance budget. But it resets on January 1st, so there's a lot of year left to, you know, it depends on a lot of things, you know. We can spend quite a bit of money now, but hopefully in March or April, it's quiet again, and maybe even November, December, so. But we are using quite a bit of our winter budget up. Even just small things like the fuel for the trucks and stuff adds up quite a bit when we're running steady. The blowing snow, you know, they have been running steady with the graders, trucks, everything, just trying to keep the things cleared back. Even winter sand, you know, a bit more usage of that than some years too, so I would think between labor, materials and fuel, right now, it looks like we've used more budget than some years in the lighter year, but hopefully it dies down soon. Get back to.
Councilor Corby?
Do you only use the 2 graders for snow removal, Ken, or do you use all 3?
No, we have all 3 graders. The 2 graders have wings and plows on them, so they're used for that, but all 3 have serrated blades. And on the gravel roads, it's instead of putting sand or salt down, salt on a gravel road isn't generally a good idea because it turns into a sloppy mess if it freeze. They use those serrated blades. So all 3 graders have been out at times in use in the winter for sure.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just a question, so you have a third party bringing sand in the Rannoch, I noticed the shed's looking pretty empty.
Well, I made a call this morning, actually, and after we get done meeting here, I'm trying to follow up with the contractor who brought us in some sand. Cause I think the sand before it come out of the Harrington area, the Gladstone pit, and they put half loads on starting February 15th out in Zora. So I made a call to see if we can get some sand before that, so, cause the county, you know, we deal with them on the sand, it's kind of through them, but their supplies are down more than normal too, so. They don't wanna share too much of theirs with us if we can get some elsewhere, or, you know, from the main supply that we can burn, so.
Councilor Vanessa?
Just wondering, on my behalf, can you thank staff? At least the roads in our area are fantastic. I don't know that we've ever been this good with as much wind as we've received. I mean, the biggest complaint I get is the roads are so pushed out so wide right now, you can't see the grass, and people, when they're passing, they're getting over a little too far, and actually get stuck in the ditch now. Yeah, you've done a great job. Please pass that on.
Yeah, make sure, because they had a long go without breaks. Usually you get, you know, a period, but they haven't had much. They've been steady for them. So.
Right, any other questions for Fred? All right, that was just a verbal report, I probably, yeah, thank you, not to. Okay, Lizette. We're up.
Thank you, Mayor Orr. Last week we had a community policing advisory committee meeting, and we had a delegation in Kirkton. And during that discussion, the, committee asked, that they passed a resolution for South Council to send a letter of support to, I think there's more people involved, but, Matthew Ray specifically and the MTO, it is an MTO highway that goes through Kirkton that's causing, where all the issues are, like, that they brought forward were coming from. So we explained, and the Stratford Police were very, good about it as well, because it's not just the Stratford Police policing that area, it's Huron County OPP on the other side, and we've got Perth County OPP, so there's a lot of pieces involved. So we had indicated that we would be happy as a committee to help push forward their concerns. They would like to have things like a reduced speed sign. They'd like the flashing signs that the county has put up in some of the villages. Again, we don't have the authority to do. So, and then there was a individual here today, they had also said that they would submit a petition. So they submitted that today, so we can forward that to the various parties, if the council is approves that recommendation from the committee.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, further to that, I'd like to see Lisa Thompson included in, so here, included in that messaging. And I understand there was an OPP officer sitting at the rec center Monday last week.
Okay.
So hopefully they got some messages. And apparently he found a couple of people that didn't know enough to slow down.
Any other questions regarding that? So I have a recommendation that the Community Policing Advisory Committee requests that Perth South Council send a letter to Matthew Ray, MPP, and the MPO. And Lisa Thompson in South Huron.
Yeah.
Outlining traffic concerns in Kirkton and request the installation of a flashing speed sign and a reduction in the speed limit. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm, second by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Your next report?
So, we also, last week on Wednesday night, had our first, St. Paul's Athletic Association meeting. We've been trying to get one of these together for a little while. It was good to have, the meeting. I apologize for the late submission, but it was all due to timing. So the committee, got to meet our new recreation manager, Cassie. We ended up having a meeting by, in virtual, just because of the weather that day had been crap. So I think it was good. She reassured the committee that she's not there to take over and just do away with what they're doing. So they're all willing to stay in their current positions and help Cassie through this first season. But we implemented last year a new partial platform for team management called Sports Heads. It's an app, very reasonably priced. And we have been talking for a few years of looking at a different option for doing online registration, as the online form through our website is very cumbersome. This app, because they specialize in sports, is very slick and very easy to maneuver, and again, very, what's the word?
Intuitive, user friendly.
Yeah, that too, but I'm talking more about the money. It's a very reasonably priced platform, how's that? So, in order to, they had a quick review of their fees. They have not, increase their fees in years. We are still very, very cheaply run, and we are the cheapest in the area for the fees that we charge for our program. But there are some increases because of the cost of using the registering. We have included in the registration fee. So we would like to, have council approve the $10 per, level increase, and then we would like to then do a more fulsome fees review this year with Cassie's help, once we've, had a better, understanding of how that whole system is rolling out. But we have noticed since COVID especially that, we're not bringing in, like, the expenses have been increasing, and without the fees increasing, we're starting to become out of balance, so. If anyone has any questions, I'll try to answer them. Councilor Martin?
Just wondering if it would be okay to add to that a little bit as I said on
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, so part of the reason it kind of got out of control and not keeping the fees moving up is that the committee hasn't been provided a budget in a number of years. So there was a belief amongst that committee that they were running a surplus every year. Only when it came forward at this last meeting that, hey, we make so much money, let's give some to the optimists so we can put in line and sign. And then we flipped through the budget we're provided as counselors. Did we realize that we lost considerable amount of money, and the committee had no idea. So not only does this $10 need to be, because at least 5 of that will go to the new sports head app, they're probably going to need to increase again, or alternatively scale back family fun day, which has been increasing in costs year over year.
Thank you for that. Go ahead. And sorry, I can also add to that. So part of the reason is that the costs were also, the treasurer was allocating them more, based on the asset management program. So I think that part was getting lost, when we were talking budgets. So with the, committee. So yes, it's a fault on staff's, side for just not being, as thorough on explaining the budget to the committee as it should have been.
With no reflection on staff.
Oh, yeah, no, part of it
Gas went up a lot too.
the costs have really, yeah, and I think more so than, we were surprised, we were surprised, but anyway.
All right, any other questions? Councilor Markville?
This app, so can you do it on a computer, or you can only do it on your phone? Both, both?
Both, yes, so it's, you're encouraged to download the app because then that's how you get your notifications. It's used in a lot of centers for different sports, and the intention is to also include the curtain pool registration piece. So the app then takes you to their website. So we'll have a link on our website too. So we'll have our own little website on Sports Heads. And then you can also put it as an app on your phone.
Okay. And this might be too technical. Does it sync up with your schedule on your phone? So you know that you can do it into the calendar.
I'm sure it does, yeah.
Because that's pretty,
Yeah.
just from being on kids sports stuff.
Councilor Martin?
And just one thing to mention on that too, as part of Roma, I took a course on cybersecurity and reliability that you can put the township in once you start to use much of their recommendation was not to start using other things because you can open yourself, but if you look into the sports head and it is an SOC level 1 and 2, which apparently is more trustworthy with my limited knowledge on that. And was that shared that they download the information to us or vice versa. There's no like open highway between the app and the township.
All right, I have a recommendation that the council receives the report entitled Update on 2025 SPAA Soccer Season, and that council accepts the recommendation from the SPAA to increase the 2025 registration fees by $10 for each level, and further, that the council directs staff to implement the registration fee increase for the 2025 season and beyond subject to further review in the future. Moved by Councilor Bell, second by Councilor Corby. All those in favor? Carried. All right, any correspondence? I don't think so. No. We are at council report. You want more?
Just a petition, I don't know if you can formally receive it or.
Yeah, if this would, so this, my, recommendation would be that we would include this petition with the correspondence that we, are sending out to Matthew Ray, Lisa Thompson, and that all?
Yes.
So, if you would like to formally receive it under correspondence, we can do that.
Okay, motion to formally receive the comments and forward them on to the parties. Councillor Vanessa, second by Deputy Mayor Laham. All those in favor? Carried. We're.
That's a good question.
Yes.
Seeing as we're in an election, should we be holding off sending it to Matthew Gray and Lisa Thompson till after the election?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, and we can just let the Kirkton residents know that we will be waiting, we will be doing this, but after the election. I guess we're just assuming Matthew Ray will, yes, be around. Okay.
Okay, we are at council reports. Councillor Markell, do you want to go first?
Be really to speak on, we had a really good meeting with, our, chamber. And yeah, we're getting all our, subcommittees figured out and talking about, this is effort 5 are really going well. Aaron's really, really taking a keen interest in doing this video where he goes into each business, and it's gonna be really cool. What's in your business, it's called it, I believe, off memory. Where he does, he'll do a YouTube thing where he goes in and asks the business owner a question. So I'm gonna push for that and obviously for sub businesses and get that out there. Just more exposure for our businesses, so I think that's a good initiative, and yeah, nothing else.
Great. Councillor Corby?
I had a fire board meeting since our last council meeting, and it went well, and then tomorrow I have a mobility bus meeting, so other than that, it's pretty quiet.
Deputy Mayor Wilhelm?
Yes, I attended Blanchard for the fire board meeting, and it did go very well, and I think we cleared the air was looking bit off and have a clearer understanding of the direction they're going in, and hopefully we can get some clarity in it with first out next week. And county council, we're supposed to have a budget meeting Thursday, and that was supposed to be the only thing on it, but I see now there's 2 or 3 other items, so we'll get the budget, I'm sure.
Councillor Vanessa?
All quiet here.
Councillor Martin?
Well, I have a couple of things. When I did attend Roma, as I mentioned, it was very good. Some of the information that came from the ministers forum that I made out to Kim I can share. Like the no appetite for adding to any policing funds beyond the OPP. The chances of us getting in, I mean, they were very clear. This was a one-time top up for the OPP, and they don't expect, if the current government is still in government, that we will see any money towards our police. They also were very clear about no appetite to change the way the hospitals were funded. There was quite a lot of talk from the group of like, you know, supplying more equipment to hospitals. They have no appetite to change that. Yeah, it was very good. I learned a lot and was able to connect with some local people, which is always funny when you travel to talk to the unions. I also wanted to mention that I got a tax bill, and in it was the sheets to allow, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that is still paying, like, not.
You're not.
It was fantastic. It encouraged me to get a digital bill, which I think that's great moves towards our green commitment, and I thank staff for including that in case there's other people like me that are still adding to our costs in mailing and such. So, yeah, I think that was about it.
I have a couple of notes here. Regarding the presentation today, one of the things I didn't ask is, ASNF is saying to move it to the public meeting. They want to do that in the summer. Can we make a recommendation to try to do that sooner in summer? Like, I don't know why we have to pause. If everybody is in agreement now, why can't we have the open houses in April?
Your worship, as a co-proponent, the township has great authority to orchestrate the public feedback as you wish, so.
Who do I push for that then?
Well, you can tell me and I will communicate that to the consultant. But if you know, if you have something in mind, that would be helpful, like if you want something in June or something in May or something in September, you know, or do you just want to avoid July and August or?
What's the feeling of council? Deputy Mayor? Will?
If they can, April's good with me. And the sooner's better, but like, you know, it's pointed out, it's over a year now that, the last public meeting, and I think that's part of their issue is that we're not having public meetings, we're not giving them information. Now, granted, we didn't have any to provide them, but still, if we can, let's keep it moving forward.
So just to clarify, this isn't a public meeting, it's a public open house run by ASMA. So I would also prefer that that happens sooner, because I think the summer is a bad time to have meetings, so.
So because the township is a co-proponent, theoretically, we may also be a co-host of the open houses. So if members want to attend and be available to engage with the public, you would be within, you know, your authority to do that. I can communicate with the applicant and encourage them to try to schedule the public information centers, PICs as they call them, say April, May. If they can get the material together in time and prepare the, you know, if you can put some boards together and some information, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, that'd be great. Just in my report, so the Ag Working Group did meet. I believe our tree program funding, was accepted, but mind you, it hasn't made it to county council for final approval because of our budget. Police Advisory Committee was, I think, a very good committee meeting. I've been once before, but this one felt really engaged, so. But you can take the next one if you want. I just. They are open meetings. Anybody can go. If you are interested in going. No, we've told you that before. Just so you know, the Optimist Club of Kirkton is having a breakfast on February 16th. It's a Sunday. If anybody wants to attend, they're always a great breakfast. I believe there's also one in Sebringville on February 17th, which is the Family Day Monday for a breakfast as well. Kirkton Pool will have a meeting February 20th where we're going to introduce Cassie. And I'd also like to let everybody know that I am going to meet with Martin Ritzma on Friday, just because one of my top things is, okay, how can we get funding for police and that. So I have a few things that I do think I need to keep the lines of communication open. So I want to be open with everybody that I am having that meeting with them. Nothing officially, it's more of a, let's just have a chat. Okay. Anything else from anybody? Councillor Vanessa?
I understand we have a fire meeting next week.
Monday.
Monday, is there any way, Jeff can be invited to that?
No. I'm just kidding.
It's a fire meeting.
Is it an open? Yeah, I don't.
It's a Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I have to go look back on my notes.
Did you send an invite?
Not yet, I had to get over this meeting first. And then I'll send out the invite we did the doodle poll. At our last meeting, I got everyone confirmed that the 10th works. So now I will send out a meeting invite. We're doing it as a 3-hour session. I can't remember. I think it's the afternoon. I think it's 1 till 4. Is that what we decided to? Okay, I gotta go back to my notes. Sorry.
Oh, it's not in there.
No, because I haven't sent the invite. Now she's already booked me out.
Yeah.
No, I think we're okay.
That is important though, like a lot of us are, I'm booking last night, so. I always, even if you don't send it to me, I put it in my calendar anyway, just to confirm. I will get that out this afternoon.
Quick answer is it's a public meeting, so, it will be here, you know, if Jeff wants to come, he's more than welcome to come. He won't be sworn in yet, so he won't be able to vote, but he can certainly engage.
It's in regard to our fire and master plan, which is documentation that came to us in November, or December. So there's lots of reading there.
So that's an afternoon session, do you think?
I have to, it's either, I have to confirm from my notes, because I don't want to do that.
And if you don't get enough reading, there's always a community risk assessment you can read and pull down.
That sounds very riveting.
Okay, I am not moving the bylaw for the Sangria thing.
No, we don't have to do that one because we didn't adopt the report.
Okay, so I have a bylaw number 8, 2025, the tile drain loan for Hamilton. A recommendation that the bylaw 8-2025 be a bylaw imposing special annual drainage rates upon land in respect of which money is borrowed under the Tile Drainage Act, be given first, second, and third readings, and be properly signed and sealed. Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Vanessa. All those in favor, carried. No announcements, no notices of motion. No other business, no question period, unless you have a question, Chuck.
Oh, I get a lot.
Confirmatory bylaw, the bylaw 9-2025, be a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify members dealt with by resolution of the Township Perth South, be given first, second, and third readings, and be properly signed and sealed. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm, second by Councillor Courtney. All those in favor, carried. And a recommendation that the meeting does adjourn by 2:10. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Martin. All those in favor, carried. Thank you very much. Very good meeting. And the meeting.